Good evening, everyone. I call this meeting of the Los Gatos Town Council to order. Town Clerk, can we have a roll, please?
Councilmember Ennie?
Here.
Councilmember Hudis?
Here.
Councilmember Badami? Absent. Vice Mayor Risto?
Here.
Mayor Moore?
Here. Thank you very much. So we will now go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and our new Administrative Services Director, Christina Alfaro, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. If you can please stand if you are able to and put your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So we now have three brief presentations, and we will begin with recognizing our outgoing commissioners and board members. So if outgoing commissioners and board members could come to the front of the table, would love to say a few words and present you with a commendation. Thanks for being here. All right. So they all say something similar. So I'm going to read Mr. Blum's here. You can turn and face folks. So whereas our town commissioners have served the town of Los Gatos as members of their respective commission, they unselfishly contributed their time, energy, and capabilities, and the town council feels an outstanding gratitude for their public service, and so we wanted to present all of our outgoing commissioners with this special recognition. For those that don't know, our town commissioners donate their time, energy, skills, gifts to the town of Los Gatos to make our community a better place. So we are incredibly grateful to them. Our town commissioners often don't get a whole lot of recognition, but our planning commissioners often spend in a given month can spend dozens of hours working through some of our most important development projects. Our Community Health and Senior Services Commission has helped develop many important things for our older adult community, so we're very grateful, and so we wanted to present these commendations to you all. So Mr. Blum. Thank you. We can clap for Mr. Jeffrey Blum. Planning Commissioner Steve Raspy.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I thought I saw Bent Jensen here. Oh, do you want to receive your commendation? Thank you. And Mr. George Rossman. Thank you. All right. And for those watching online, I believe we have Verily Isaacs and Stefan Shelton who are watching online. Thank you to them for their service. And then we have a variety of other commissioners whose names I will not all read right now, but we are eternally grateful to our commissioners. Thank you for your service. Thanks for being here tonight. Thank you. Okay, so two others. So in the past, the town of Los Gatos has gone out of its way to recognize residents of the month and businesses of the month. Residents of the month to really recognize service that has gone under-recognized or very important efforts that have gone on in town from people that we really want to highlight. I think it's very important to highlight service because that's something I think this town really believes in, and so that's our residents of the month. And businesses of the month for somewhat similar reasons, but different, being that they are businesses locally owned, small businesses contributing to the Los Gatos community. So for this month's business of the month, I wanted to recognize Beyond Text and Tanya. Thank you. And do you want to just tell us a little bit about Beyond Text?
Yes. Beyond Text Bookstore is a bookstore I opened a couple years ago. It was a childhood dream of mine, but also, I guess, as an immigrant, I was hoping that maybe sharing something I love, books, with others might help me to create a space I belong to. And I guess it worked. I've never actually expected this recognition and all the support I got, and to meet all the amazing friends. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tanya. The Los Gatos community is very grateful to you. And then for our resident of the month, I'd like to recognize Dick Conrad. And go ahead. And Dick Conrad is being recognized for his monthly cleanups that he organizes. He spends his time bringing people in the Los Gatos community together to clean up our public spaces and doing things that we could not do without the volunteers and people in the community that step up to do that. So thank you very much, Dick. You want to say a few quick words?
I think it's everybody's job to keep the town beautiful, and I'm always soliciting a few more volunteers. If anyone wants to sign up, I'm always available. Just call me.
What's your email, Dick?
It's RJ Conrad, KONRAD @Comcast.net. And I'm really honored to get this award because there are so many good volunteers in the community, and it really makes our world go round and our town a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, Dick. Do you want to take a quick picture? Thank you, Dick and Tanya. Congratulations. All right, we will now get to the business of our meeting this evening. Oh, I left my... Okay. Thank you. So we will move to the consent calendar, which is for any items that are considered non-controversial, and we have 13 consent items this evening. Does anyone have any comments on items on consent? Oh, there is. Okay. Are there any questions from the council on any consent items? Anything that they would like to pull? Okay. We do have one comment on consent. So we will move to, it looks like C. Seuss.
Captain Seuss. Okay, I would like to poll December 16th, 2025 meeting to have it corrected. The verbal communications portion of it, Lynn Hogan and Mr. R both commented on various concerns, and I've been sending censorship, and there was a third person that started to speak on item number 15, and it was just the one. I mean, it was all for the flag parade, and I didn't think there was transparency. You know, it was brought up. It was at your, it should say that it was at your request, Mayor, that this was brought up, because all of them were mayors at one point, and they could have brought it up. And, it should say that you brought it up, not the town council, because the town council didn't. Things. There was also issues on that I would like to point out, and that people that spoke, it wasn't publicized. The people, it's always whoever. It's one party, and this was the LG. A lot of people came in from one side of the argument. The other side didn't really have, it was in proportion, and there was some, even some of this stuff. people have titles on them. A minister, one person doesn't have a minister title. To correct some of this stuff, people outside the community spoke on it. When there was kids that spoke on it, high school kids. They threatened, personally, they threatened whoever voted against it. We will remember how you vote. And, I think Mary Badami was the only one that voted against it. And I think that's, these are, they're against, hateful things. It should have been heard. When you follow up on this, you should publicize it and have people write in, because it was even the people that called in, it was one-sided. Nobody spoke against it. It was all in favor of. And I think it was just word of mouth. So I just poll and correct, the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have any other speaker cards for consent, and I'm not seeing any other hands on Zoom. So I'll entertain a motion on the consent calendar. Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, I move to approve the consent calendar, items 1 through 13. I did want to make a comment that the minutes of a meeting, we're not here to redo the meeting. We're just here to approve whether the minutes are accurate, and I find that they are accurate, so I'm able to make this motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? Vice Mayor Risto?
Thank you. I'll second, and I just wanted to comment. I want to thank our town manager and for the swift action that was taken on Christmas Day. I know our staff and Parks and Public Works were here, but town offices were flooded with the rains, and damage is being controlled, but it's quite expensive. And so as we're approving this, I appreciate that it wasn't worse. And anyway, thank you for your swift action on Christmas Day, as well as all the other employees who had to be here.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Motion passes 4-0. So we will now move on to verbal communications, which is the time on the agenda where members of the public can address the council on items that are not on the agenda. I'll say this ahead of this and any other items with public comment, that the town of Los Gatos strives to ensure that all speakers and perspectives are heard in our council chambers. So please, during comments, do not clap, interject, or otherwise disrupt the meeting. If you want to express your agreement with a comment you hear tonight, you can wave your hand or raise your hand, but please do not verbally react. Thank you very much. So we will move to verbal communications. If you'd like to give comment on verbal communications, you can fill out one of these yellow speaker cards and bring it to the town clerk. We will begin with Naima. Naima Dia or Dean.
Good evening, Town Council members. My name is Naima Dean, and I'm co-owner of Ken's Coffee Roasters in Saratoga, California. We run a coffee bar on Lee Avenue in Los Gatos called Ken's Coffee Bar. We've been open since 2021, and the goal of our coffee bar is to bring community together in a welcoming outdoor space that connects and elevates every person over a delicious cup of coffee. We are a Palestinian-owned coffee shop, and we proudly display a Palestinian flag to celebrate this part of our heritage and identity in our outdoor space. On October 29th of last year, our coffee bar experienced an anti-Palestinian hate crime when vandals tore down most of our flag and left a message on the remaining portion of the flag with the words, "We support terrorism." This was done during closed hours, and our staff arrived in the morning to this terrible sight. They were upset, and after speaking with us and processing what had happened, they went right back to work. and the next day, we put up another Palestinian flag. This is not the first time our flag has been vandalized. It has been torn down before. And this was not the first time a hateful message, but this was the first time a hateful message was left in its place. On our online Yelp and Google pages, we will sometimes get bot comments that will leave us hateful messages or one-star reviews from anti-Palestinian commenters. I share this with the council in the hopes that you understand the types of specific anti-Palestinian and Islamophobic hate that is happening within our town to a local business and community space. Equating the Palestinian identity or anyone that stands for Palestinian human rights with terrorism is a specific form, is a dangerous and specific form of anti-Palestinian hate that allows for the dehumanization and widespread killing of Palestinians. I ask the council to please facilitate trainings for council members and the community at large about what anti-Palestinian hate looks like. When we are all informed on the forms of anti-Palestinian racism, we can do a better job of educating others and preventing this type of hate from happening within our town. I am happy to meet with council members further to offer education ideas or come up with possible options for trainings. And I also welcome you all to come and try out our coffee at Ken's Coffee Bar in Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Joe Enns.
Joe Enns, community organizer, Friends of the Los Gatos Creek. I work with a lot with the homeless in particularly, and they're doing real well. Morale's up and the substance abuse is down, and we're playing music out there, and it's good. What I want to address is the tunnel. I guess with the town manager and whatnot, getting that, I'm going to talk to the people that have the fence torn down there. It's been torn down for a long time. And there's a property management company that I'll call and try to, get them to come out and seal that thing up so people can't come down there anymore because of all the bad things that have happened in that tunnel, as everybody knows about. So, and then we're also working on trees that have ivy going up and choking them out. We're actually doing that for whatever reason just to save the trees. So I'm pretty happy. Everybody seems to be happy. Police are doing a great job as usual. So thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you. We will now move to Gus Hu.
Flowers are to be for the public. I'll put them outside. I usually bring flowers. I got Brown acted, and I'm not allowed to do stuff. But there are a couple issues that I've always been bringing up with, I sent you in the Civil War and what's going on in the real world and martial law being called, probably to be called. But I want to emphasize, I'd like for you to poll or reconsider the last special meeting, because this is really important. I think Jack was right. You're getting ripped off for $250 million. You guys weren't prepared. It was all one-sided. You had a child running around in here that's, that was all play. Promised, we're going to get a new apartment building. It's a 5-story right on they're coming in right on Los Gatos. 5-story apartment building. 10 apartments are for, it's less than 4% when it was supposed to be 17. You even said it, and here it says 20%. The parking, it's, if you looked at, there was a whole bunch, there was no transparency. The public at large did not see this, and it was all, if you saw anybody, I look back here, it was all, different people, but I didn't recognize a lot of them. So they were all out of things, and it was just, it was like lawyers just just got into the things. I mean, you have parking. It says the project requires 922 spaces, and only 768 spaces are, you know, you're giving away this, that, and the other things. There's traffic. You know, I spoke at the verbal part, and I said, hey, traffic alone, you didn't even notify the public. There's an on-ramp in Agnew. I grew up in Santa Clara. Agnew, they had tall fences because these kids will be running out in the public. The public has to know. You should reconsider, make a motion to reconsider, and at least let the public have its say. Nobody from the public really spoke. There's 2 or 3 people that are the usuals that spoke on it, and there's a lot of legal stuff. It's I can probably help you out because I have some insight on the development. I was in building and stuff like that. But you guys, you're a small town. I hope that you can, because I know that you have that this chance to reconsider. Otherwise, you're probably lose the towns will lose everything. They'll go bankrupt.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Asine Sater. Apologies if I mispronounced that.
All right. Good evening. My name is Asane. I am a resident from just over the border in Campbell. It is an honor to be here. I love this city. I am often here at the farmers market. St. Joe's is a particularly beloved hike. I'm grateful for your thoughtful leadership of a beautiful community. I have gotten to know the owners of Ken's Coffee Bar because they've become part of a large interfaith coalition comprised of people connected to a variety of traditions: Muslims, Christians, Jews, atheists, Buddhists, and more. Among other things, Ken's owners recently stood in solidarity with Jewish community members against a hateful anti-Semitic act that unfortunately took place at one of our Campbell high schools. They showed up at our school board meeting to say, "We stand with you and this is not okay." So, of course, when I heard about the racist vandalism that took place at Ken's, I wanted to stand with them and say publicly that this is not representative of our Campbell or Los Gatos communities. I also want to highlight the specific nature of anti-Palestinian racism because it is often very deliberately fomented. This year, Prime Minister Netanyahu approved $150 million for public diplomacy efforts that are aimed at protecting an ongoing genocide, often by labeling Palestinians as terrorists or subhumans who deserve to die. A few choice quotes from Israeli leaders, quote, "Every child, every baby in Gaza is an enemy." This is from Knesset member Moshe Feiglin. "We are fighting human animals." This is from Yoav Gallant, Israel's defense minister. "Peace activists are terrorists." This is Itamar Ben-Gvir, Minister of National Security. Given this specific nature of anti-Palestinian racism, I'd like to request humbly that you facilitate training by the Institute for Understanding Anti-Palestinian Racism for council members to help everyone, all of us, be able to recognize and prevent it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So that was our final card in the room. Are there any speakers who wish to speak on Zoom? All right, seeing none, I will close verbal communications, and thank you all for your comments. We will now move to our public hearing this evening, item 14, which is a public hearing to consider a recommendation by the Planning Commission to approve a zone change at the Fort Tate property. I believe we have one council member recused.
Yes, due to the proximity of my home to the Tate property, I'm required to be recused from this item. I'll be back.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Risto. I'll now turn it over to Sean Mullen, our planning manager, who will give a brief presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. The subject parcel is owned by the town and located on the northeast corner of Tate Avenue and West Main Street in the Broadway Historic District. Property is developed with a primary building and an accessory outbuilding originally constructed as a fire station and later used as a museum. The museum use was discontinued several years ago, and both buildings are currently unoccupied. The town seeks to rezone the property from C2 LHP, or Central Business District with a landmark and historic preservation overlay, to R1D LHP, or Single Family Residential Downtown with a landmark and historic preservation overlay. In tandem, the town proposes a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from Central Business District to Medium Density Residential. These changes would revert to the previous residential designation of the property while continuing to maintain the landmark and historic preservation overlay of the property. As provided in your staff report, the proposed zone change and general plan amendment would be consistent with the general plan and consistent with each other. At their December 10th, 2025 meeting, the Planning Commission considered the request and forwarded a recommendation of approval to the council. The council can take the actions detailed on page 4 of your staff report to accept the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve the proposed zone change and general plan designation change. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Looks like Councilmember Hudes has a question.
Yeah, thank you. With regard to the historic nature of this structure, does the change in zoning or other aspects give better protection to this historic resource than what's currently afforded?
Thank you for that question. The landmark and historic preservation overlay would be maintained on the property, and I don't think it would increase or decrease the level of protection by changing the zoning and the general plan designation.
Okay, thank you.
Along the same lines, I wanted to ask, to what extent could a new owner repair or just maintain the exterior, because how this has been laid out is we have the two sides that are being, specifically preserved, and when I visited the property yesterday, there was some damage on the property. So to what extent could someone repair or, maintain that facade?
Thank you for that question. So this is a building that's located in a historic district, and the town's rules and guidelines would protect all sides of the building, whether they're visible from the street or not. With that said, there are specific rules and carve-outs and exemptions for repair, for in-kind repair, like-for-like repair. There's even guidance for improving the building, making additions to buildings. All of that's subject to staff review and most often review by the Historic Preservation Committee for recommendation to the deciding body. So we anticipate any improvements or maintenance on the building. Staff would be happy to work with any future owners to facilitate that work.
Thank you. Any other questions before we open up public comment? All right, seeing none, we will begin public comment on item number 14. We have quite a few comments for this. So we will begin with Suzanne Fiore. And Suzanne will be followed by Nadav Bouzi.
Good evening, council members. My name is Suzanne Fiore. I have lived on Tate Avenue for the past 6.5 years. I first rented 30 Tate for 4 years and loved the residential feel of the neighborhood so much, despite its proximity to town, that I now own and reside at 5 Tate Avenue on the other end of the block, and it's right across the street from 4 Tate. I am here tonight to speak in favor and in support of the Planning Commission's recommendation of returning the zoning of 4 Tate to its prior residential designation. My reason is simple. Tate is a residential street. If you look on a map, properties on and with the Tate address, and I didn't look it up for sure, but I'm pretty confident that they're all residential with the exception of 4 Tate. St. Mary's, which is on that block, actually has a Bean address, and with its populous activities for the congregation and school primarily facing Bean and downtown, not Tate, it's not a big impact on Tate. I'd also like to mention that Main Street at the end of Tate is also residential across from that corner of 4 Tate. Creating additional housing that's appropriate for the neighborhood is the right call. Our street is already so busy with traffic and parking generated from St. Mary's Church and downtown businesses that I can't imagine it can support anything more. 4 Tate resides between Bean and Main. This block is significantly narrower than the rest of Tate, restricting parking to just one side of the street. We also lack the benefit of alley parking behind our homes, as other blocks in the Almond Grove neighborhood can afford. Access to residential parking for those of us that live here can be a challenge. I don't know if you have ever had the opportunity to drive that block of Tate that we're talking about, but navigating oncoming traffic frequently requires one driver to give way to another in order for safe passage. It's even worse on trash days. I have heard arguments in favor of commercial use for 4 Tate as it shares a property line with Los Gatos Parent Nursery School and Yvette Spa by Jackie, which is the east side of the property, or in the back property line. I would like to offer that appropriateness of designation should align with the facing of this property, which is on the west side facing Tate, not where it backs up to. Tate is the only point of access for 4 Tate, and with the commercial designation, activity and noise would exist on Tate as well as traffic and parking would be impacted. With the residential designation, access, activity, noise, and traffic would align with our neighborhood and would back up the aforementioned commercial properties similarly to the existing homes on the east side of Tate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Nadav, who will be followed by Kat Butalia.
Good evening. My name is Nadav Bouzi, and I live on 315 West Main Street. Been there about 4 years. I want to speak in favor of the recommendation of the Planning Commission and converting this back to residential. I think the first reason stated is the most obvious. This is a residential street. As well as the fact that we as residents between Tate and Bayview and everyone above and around the corner are always struggling to find parking. I think parking's another issue. And finally, I just want to mention the safety issue. This is kind of personal to me. I work for Santa Clara County. I work at Valley Med. I'm a pediatric ICU, NICU, PICU doctor. And I see a lot of pediatric trauma. And I see a lot of cars zooming up and down the street, and I have kids, and all of us, along up and down that specific block. There's a lot of young kids as well. So we know that recently we've seen a lot of fast zooming cars and the outcomes of that in town. And I think that it's always an issue, but this would just make it even harder. And I just want to close with that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We will move to Kat and then former Supervisor Mike Wasserman.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kat Battaglia. My husband Rob White and I own 300 West Main, so we're the other corner of West Main and Tate. So the entire side of our property, our driveway, face 4 Tate. And that's really the bulk of what we stare at. And I have to agree with everyone else. I'm hoping that you do consider reverting back to a residential designation because it's very congested around there. It seems really incongruent to make that particular property commercial because it's kind of a buffer to the commercial, what we sort of feel is the start of the commercial area that starts at Jackie's. There's also the nursery school and elementary school that abut it. On the backside, it seems a little safer for all the children in the area to have another residential property or potential residential property. Also, it's abutted on the other 3 sides by residences. As was already mentioned, Tate's residential. That whole section of West Main is residential. The front of the property, the front door, the entrance, the driveway, the bulk of 4 Tate faces Tate Avenue, which is all residential. We do have, I'm just reiterating what other people have said, it gets a little frantic with traffic around there and people trying to park. I've noticed it's become a bit more pronounced if there's an event going on or even the thrift store has a sale. People get a little frantic and I can't imagine more people turning onto Tate where there's a red curb there that a lot of people ignore. So they'll pull over there or often use our driveway to renegotiate their driving plan or what their parking plan is going to be, because as soon as you turn onto Tate, there's just cars parked on the right side, and it's really about maybe 3 lanes at best wide. So to pass by, people have to literally stop and allow a car coming from the opposite direction to move along. So there's a lot of negotiation there. We also hear a lot of honking now, which I never did hear before. And just to cross from West Main across Tate now, with it takes a moment because there's a lot more traffic and people aren't as courteous as they used to be. So it seems like there's a little bit of a safety hazard. I can't imagine a business trying to be there and trying to support people coming and going. There's a noise factor, and I think it would be a little sad because the property, aesthetically, it appears to be residential, and its history has been residential, as far as I know. We've been there for almost 7 years, so thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. It looks like you have a quick question from Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. With regard to the traffic, and this has been raised by someone else as well, I observed that beach cut-through traffic tends to come down Tate. Is that your experience as well?
It's horrific. I did not know that. When we purchased that property, I'm shocked because you can't leave. You can't leave on the weekends. You can't have anyone come to visit you until probably 5 o'clock. People literally leave. They sit on Tate. And when it's hot, it's worse, and the attitudes change because people are hot. So they often seek refuge in our yard under our birch trees, or people with babies have literally come to stand under our trees because they'll be stuck on Tate without moving for 30 minutes. It's shocking, actually. Yeah. So on a weekend, I can't imagine adding more to that. I think it might be quicker if they even went down North Santa Cruz to get to the freeway, but it's very problematic.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for commenting on that. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. We'll move to Mike Wasserman, who will be followed by Mitzi Anderson.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank the council, staff, and our police department for all your community service over the years. I have a fair idea of what it takes to be up there, and I thank you all for what you do. I've lived on Tate, Main, and Broadway now for 44 consecutive years. I know the area that we're talking about very well. I'm now at 303, and my rental's next door at 301. I'm here to ask you to vote in favor of what the Planning Department has recommended and the Planning Commission has recommended, and I'm asking you to vote in favor of that as well. The Fort Tate is surrounded on 3 out of 4 sides, the north, the south, and the west, by residential. I think that's a reason it should be residential. The front door is on Tate. I think that should be residential. I think it fits in nicely. Tate's a residential street. A single-family home will bring a lot less traffic than a business would. And you've heard a little bit about the beach traffic, which I know all of you know about. Secondly, down on that end of Tate, as was mentioned before, is the fact that it's only one side can be parking because it's so restricted. A couple large trucks or a Hummer and an SUV, they can't get by each other. And so a single-family residence would reduce the amount of traffic there as compared to a business. I will throw an aside out consideration that a stop sign or two goes in at Tate and West Main. You heard reference to the horns, the honking. We hear that each day, as people coming south on Tate want to turn left onto West Main, and there's a car parked in front of the firehouse, and they creep out, and there's a car coming up, and so there's a lot of honking. Single-family residence would be considerably less noise and traffic than commercial, and that's really all I got. I think it's pretty clear-cut and simple that this being zoned residential is the right move to make at this time for a number of reasons. And I believe whoever ultimately buys the property will, I know they'll be required to maintain the exterior, the historical, and I've got great pictures from the Los Gatos baseball team in front of the firehouse and also in front of my rental taken from the firehouse. So that's nice history that I'd be happy to contribute. But the historical restoration of the property will be wonderful. The property being repaired, maintained, fixed will be wonderful. It's kind of a blight, and all of you, I know where you each live. It's been a blight for a long time, and there's pride of ownership, and getting a home in there, I think will restore it quickly, and you'll be very proud of what it'll be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will move to Mitzi. And Mitzi will be followed by Yulia Vasnadev.
I'm a Los Gatos resident. My family has owned the property.
Sorry, can you speak into the mic? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm a Los Gatos resident. My family has owned the property at 249 West Main Street since 1956, and I'm here to express my strong support for the rezoning of Tate and West Main Street Firehouse property to residential. I respectfully urge you to align with the recommendations provided by both the Planning Department and the Planning Commission to approve this zoning change. Residential zoning is the most appropriate designation for this site, as the property is bordered by residential use on 3 sides, and rezoning would also preserve the historic character of the neighborhood, but would also would restore the property's prior zoning status. Furthermore, a residential designation would generate significantly less traffic and noise in an area that already faces challenges with limited parking and heavy congestion from local businesses, schools, and beach-bound traffic. As the streets aren't wide, especially Tate, any added traffic congestion jeopardizes public and emergency vehicle access during an emergency. Thank you for your time and for considering the long-term interests of our community.
Thank you. And our last speaker card in the room is Yulia, and then we have a couple hands raised on Zoom.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Yulia Vasudev, and I am a resident of 11 Tate Avenue, which is 2 houses down from the corner of Tate and Main, right across the street from the property right now that we're in discussion. So I'm here to support the rezoning back to the residential. We've been living on Tate since 2019. So it's been 6 years. We chose our property because of the neighborhood and because of the residential feel of the neighborhood. We have 3 children, 3 daughters, and the safety of the neighborhood is critical for our family. I wanted to echo everything that was mentioned about the parking, about the safety, the traffic. But another argument I wanted to bring up is this property, since in its commercial state, has been vacant for a number of years. And that created issues like random people parking in that parking lot. We don't feel safe that there are like dark areas around that building. And it feels like there's uncertainty in terms of the commercial use. And we would like to have that more permanence in that structure. It is a quiet street. We love living on Tate. So we would love to see it turned back into residential property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go to our Zoom public commenters, unless there's anyone who wants to speak in the room. Seeing none, we'll go to Lisa Mamel.
Hi, I'm calling. I'm calling in from Tate Avenue. I have owned with my husband our property here for 30 years. What I'd like to emphasize is that we are a welcoming neighborhood. We host yearly the Cats Bike Race, the preparation for the Children's Parade, where everybody lines up on our street, Halloween in droves. We are neighborly. We are people who wave at the mayor when he runs by yesterday on his way down the street. We are a neighborhood of neighbors, and we are welcoming and kind, and we recognize each other and look forward to welcoming somebody who else wants to live as a resident here on the end of our street. The end of our street is indeed narrow, so narrow that there's only parking on one side and 2 cars can barely pass. Some years ago, when my children were still small, I was pushing them in a double stroller, and a car actually hit me as I'm walking down the street with the kids in the stroller. It is a narrow street. Adding any business traffic will even make it more precarious. A business with ingress and regress of customers creates more traffic. It's already been highlighted, and I don't need to note it again. What I find interesting is that there were many years that a business could have found a place in this location, yet none were found. So opening it up at this time is a little late and sort of creates confusion on my end as to why that would even be a consideration. I support strongly what has already been provided by the Planning Department and Planning Commission, the land use zone change back to residential. I have to note at the end here that my husband is also here who would like to make a statement, but we've only had one hand that we could raise on our Zoom. Thank you.
Perfect. You still have a minute, so if your husband would like to speak, he can do so now.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Potter, and I also live at 33 Tate. And echo everything, even though we're a few houses down from 4. It's I could throw a rock at and hit it from where we are, and because I have a pretty good arm. And I just want to say that yes, we just don't need a commercial entity on the end of our street. There must be, if there is a group that wants to use it as a commercial entity and we did hear that during the Planning Commission. There was a group lobbying to put in some sort of commercial or school-oriented activity in there. There must be a better place for that. I walk around town and I see lots of vacant office space around. They can go there and get better foot traffic, better egress, and have a much less impact on a street that is the heart and soul of the historic district. Like my wife said, we have our Halloween tradition here. We have the Children's Parade lining up here. This Tate is one of the most, if not the most, traditional residential streets in the city and in the Almond Grove.
Thank you.
Fully support keeping it that way.
Thank you for your comment and for saying hello. I will move on to our final hand raise, which is from Chris. Chris, it looks like you need to unmute. We only have one Chris.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Thanks for calling on me. I don't have much more to offer, but I will give my statement regardless. My name is Chris Morgan. I have lived on West Main Street for over 15 years. And as a proprietor of multiple businesses in Los Gatos, albeit small, and a neighbor of the property in question, I would urge the council to approve a zoning change to residential status. While I agree with all my neighbors that a commercial inhabitant would create more of a problem with traffic and parking, It is also my estimation that a residential owner would be more motivated to maintain this property and hopefully restore it in the future, which would bring an obvious boost of charm to this historic neighborhood. I'll also mention that I do walk past it multiple times a day on my outings to the post office, to pickups and drop offs and whatnot. And it always kind of bums me out, to be honest, that it's not as maintained as I had hoped it would be under full town control in a as a building waiting for a business to inhabit it. Rather, I've personally called in and had to report break-ins and vandalism to this building. And I just think that we haven't been able to get a business in there. You're not going to be able to put like a restaurant or a sandwich shop or something realistically. And there's plenty of other opportunities, places that a business can go in town. I think it's pretty obvious that it just needs to be residential. So there's my statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is our final hand raised on Zoom. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right, then seeing none, I will turn it over to the council for any questions or comments. Councilmember Rennie.
I'll just say this is kind of a no-brainer. We stopped trying to pursue commercial uses more than a year ago now, I think, when we broke our contract with M. Wally to try to find something for that. I think this is really just a formality to help us move on to the residential uses, so it's kind of a no-brainer.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. This is an idea that came about when it looked like the town was no longer going to be able to successfully utilize this property for the public service, and it had been in public service really since it became a firehouse, and provided a service to the public as a museum following that. When it became apparent that the town was not going to be able to continue that or to find an appropriate business that was going to be compatible with the neighborhood, this became the next step. Well, this became a step in the process. There was also a step of making this available. And so in order to make this available for what I would consider the highest and best use, it's very important that we convert it to residential and we do the zoning that's appropriate and make sure that all of the historic preservations are in place, as this is not just another old building, it's a building that served a very important purpose for our town in protecting the town from fires for a very, very long time before it became a museum. And I don't even know all the uses that were there, but I do know that it is a site of public service. And so I'm very much in support of the work that staff has done to identify the changes that need to be made in the zoning. I would also point out that as part of the process, I would only want this to move forward if the proceeds from this become used as public service, a public service project for the town. I know that's not what's in front of us tonight, but this is a step that moves toward this becoming available as a highest and best use, and becomes available for someone to create a nice residence, perhaps with an ADU as well on this property. And so there are other steps in the process, but it's apparent that the town is not going to use it as a residence. So that means that it will move to some other ownership at some time. And so I think this is done thoughtfully and done well and will serve the residents of our town, but particularly will serve the residents of our town if the proceeds are used for a public service, as that spot has served the town for so long. I am in favor of this process. So,
thank you. I'll just share my brief comments. So I think Fort Tate is, as we know, is an important property in Los Gatos with decades of historical significance, formerly operating as a fire station and later as a museum. I had a couple people reach out to me who were supportive of keeping the commercial use of this, and I think it's important to reiterate that for those who supported commercial use of the site, the town of Los Gatos made a good faith effort to explore that and had little success. We heard from neighbors this evening that Tate is a residential street, and it is evident that the zoning of this property should be adjusted to be in better alignment with those surrounding residential properties. I think this will do a good job of both preserving the historical significance of the site and addressing the concerns of those who live in the neighborhood. Thank you to those who took the time out of your evening to speak to us this evening. It's always appreciated. Regarding the sale of Fort Tate, I'll just say that I think it'll be very important that after the property sells, the town council is specifically involved in designating what the best use of that funding is, and that funding be used for the public good. I'll leave it at that and entertain a motion on this item. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. Since Mary's not here, who likes to jump in and do our motions, I'll see if I can do one. I've gotten lazy, I think, lately. So I will make the motion to accept staff and the Planning Commission's recommendation, which includes making the required finding there's no possibility this project will have a significant impact on the environment. Therefore, the project is not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, Section 15061, in Attachment 2. I'll introduce an ordinance to affect the zone change, including the findings that the proposed zone change is consistent with the general plan and its elements, in that the proposed zoning is consistent with the proposed general plan land use designation at Attachment 2. I'll adopt a resolution to approve the general plan amendment, including the findings that the general plan amendment is internally consistent with the existing goals and policies of the general plan and its elements, Attachment 4. And I'll approve the zone change application Z-25-002 and the general plan amended application GP-25-002. Now you see why I let Mary do this.
Councilmember Hudas.
I'll second the motion. Well done, Councilmember Rennie.
The easy part. Okay. Any further comments on this item? All right. Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously 3-0. Okay, we will now move on to item 15. We will bring back Vice Mayor Risto. Just real briefly, I just want to share, everyone is, of course, always welcome to attend these meetings. We love when people attend these meetings, but our resident and businesses of the month are by no means obligated to stay just because you were recognized. So please stay for as long as you want, but no obligation. We will move to item 15, which is to adopt the revised town agenda and rules format policy. Wendy Wood, our town clerk, will present the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Wendy Wood, town clerk. The item before you tonight is for the town council to review and adopt the revised town council agenda format and rules policy 2-01. This item was originally scheduled for the December 16th meeting, but due to the late hour of the meeting, this was deferred to this meeting. This policy establishes and prepares agendas and conducting meetings for the town council, as well as the town boards, commissions, and committees. Over the past year, staff and the policy committee conducted several comprehensive reviews of the policy with the goal to improve clarity, transparency, consistency, and overall good governance. The proposed revisions before you tonight reflect multiple rounds of the policy committee discussion and direction, beginning as early as November of 2024 and concluding last month on December 8th. Throughout this process, the committee carefully evaluated agenda preparation, public communication, meeting conduct, the role of the mayor and council members with consideration for staff impacts. Key revisions in the draft policy include updates to the order of the agenda, clear procedures for public comment, presentations, the public hearing, revised expectations for timely submissions of written materials and visual presentations. The policy also clarifies the process for council members to request future agenda items. The proposed language allows the town manager to determine whether a requested item would require significant staff effort. If so, placement of that item on a future agenda for action would require support of 3 or more members. The mayor's role in approving the council agenda is retained, with added flexibility for the town manager to adjust the order or scheduling of agenda items to mitigate operational, financial, or compliance impacts. Separate procedures and timelines have also been added for the preparation of the agenda materials for town boards, commissions, and committees, clearly distinguishing those processes from the town council's process. The conduct meeting section incorporates modified Rosenberg Rules of Order. The modification allows council members to ask questions following the public comment and change the process for reconsideration of a prior action. Additional revisions clarify procedures for managing disruptive behavior during meetings to ensure consistency with legal requirements. The council matters section was updated to clarify that brief announcements must relate to activities performed on behalf of the town or its residents, and excludes personal business and campaign activities, and limits council members to report in 3 minutes each. Overall, these revisions are intended to provide clearer, more transparent, and more consistent framework for agenda preparation, meeting conduct, and public participation. And I'd like to note that it was brought to staff's attention that the red line version of the policy did not display the red line corrections. So those were sent to you as a desk item late today, but they were also available in the December 16th agenda packet. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the council? Councilmember Rennie.
Mine's probably for the town manager on the first one. We're removing this section in the agenda under orders of the agenda that manager matters. And as long as I've been here, we've done, an opportunity for the manager to announce things. Maybe that was just the past town manager that liked to do that. But it seems worth asking why we decided to get rid of that. Does the manager not feel the need to announce things?
I don't think we're supposed to be striking council matters.
Correct. It looks like that was
Manager matters.
I'm sorry, council manager matters. I think that was intended to be retained.
Yes, I believe that was supposed to be at the top, so it's supposed to be council manager matters.
So yes, there is value with the manager being able to continue reporting to the council.
Okay,
that will be retained.
So that needs to be changed. So it should say council and manager matters then.
Yes, the draft that doesn't have the red lines includes manager matters in red. It's the only red that's in the draft. So I think there's the confusion between the two drafts.
Okay. So I can assume it's already there just because this red line version doesn't show it correctly.
Correct.
Okay. I have a second question, Mayor. Under council matters, we've done a lot of the section F called council members. We've done a lot of changes. One thing that's slightly confusing to me says public comment on any council matter will be provided during verbal communication sections of the agenda, which occurs at the beginning of the meeting, and council matters occur at the end of the meeting. And how do people know what's on the council matters to make comments about. So it's a confusing, and traditionally we've not agendized anything under the heading of a council member, but further down here it talks about actually putting things on the agenda a little bit. So that all doesn't quite feel written well here to me.
I completely understand that, and there's a reason behind that. The previous policy has not been implemented correctly. So when I first arrived last November 2024, when there was a request, the process was council member request through the mayor an item to be agendized, and if it was agreed to by the mayor, it would be agendized. If it was not agreed by the mayor, it would be listed under council matters for the council to be able to discuss whether they wanted to agendize it for some future action. Up until that hadn't been happening in the past, and it happened at my, I believe, second meeting here in November of 2024. And so part of the changes were intended that if the action is, if it's intended for action, it should be another business item, and it should be, if it's directing the work of staff, requiring 3 individuals to put that forth to trigger that work, but that the council still retains the ability to either bring up under council matters, like let's say today, there's a council matter item that's there at the request of the mayor, to either request during the meeting that item of which the public would not be aware that that item is going to be even considered for some future meeting, or if done in accordance to this new policy, would be listed under council matters so the public would have a chance to have a say at the beginning, and that the real discussion should be amongst the council as to whether you want to bring this back and direct more work of staff or consider it as a formal action under other business. So the intent is really to ensure the conversation of the council to determine whether there is a majority that want to request an action.
So I guess, again, what I seems to be missing is something that says items can be listed under council members matters. Agenda items can be listed under, not until you get to paragraph 4, where it says discussion items are intended solely for dialogue between council members and shall not require staff, research reports, or preparation beyond listing the item on the agenda. That's the first time we talk about the ability to list something on the agenda. So there isn't a lot of description in here or introduction of the idea that something can be listed under council matters. It just starts off talking about council members are going to report on their activities. And all of a sudden, 4 paragraphs later, we're talking about ability to put something on the agenda. So I feel like it's missing something a little bit.
I think it may clarify it if you move that paragraph that starts with discussion items to be the second paragraph, as the next paragraph refers to during the council matters portion of the meeting, any council member may request that an item be placed at a future agenda. Would that clarify it?
I think that helps, actually, yeah, that it's not so far down the list that you get this idea that something can be put on the agenda.
But we can make that move. It doesn't, it clarifies, it doesn't change
I don't want
anything.
to make this too complicated and rewrite it, so that does help me a little bit, so thank you.
No, it is a good point. It should be introduced sooner.
Okay, other questions of staff? Okay, I'll open up public comment on this item. I have no cards, but looks like one's coming in. Lee Quintana can provide her 3 minutes of public comment.
Lee Quintana. I have to start off by saying I'm a member of the Historic Preservation Committee, but I am here not as to represent them, but as a resident. First, I'd like to say that I thank you for, Councilmember Remy, thank you for bringing that up. That was a problem that I had with this also. I didn't understand that at all. I still don't, but okay. In the introduction to the staff report, mentions that these changes are being made for clarity, to reduce repetitiveness, and to increase transparency. However, the changes being proposed would limit the use of the audio-visual equipment only to applicants and appellants. This seems to me that it is going backwards in transparency rather than going forward. It's often easier to express things in visual graphs, photos, whatever, and if that isn't available to the public and only to the council having received that information, the public doesn't have that information, and it doesn't seem that that's true transparency. The other question, I have a suggestion that you add a section for written communications that are for items that are not on the agenda. I also would like to comment on the fact that in the last 6 years, there have been 9 addendums or amendments to this policy. And that I had another figure that I can't find. It seems to me that there has to be a more effective way of making changes to these policies, especially since the mayor has such broad discretion in changing them around. That's about what I had to say, except that I found what I wanted to add to the 6 years. 9 amendments in 6 years, and this amendment has taken at least 6 or 7 hearings. Seems like, again, there should be a way that these changes could be made annually without having to go through such a formal procedure to save staff time. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like you have a couple questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, so with regard to the idea about presentations, and you're talking about presentations from the public, either commenting on an item on the agenda or in verbal communications. Is that what you're talking about?
My understanding that this would eliminate the use of the town's equipment, if maybe I'm interpreting it wrong, for other items on the agenda, hearings, and whatever public presentations, like me coming up here and wanting to put something on the overhead.
I guess to maybe explain a little bit about the concern that I understood, it was a concern that there might be obscene or improper materials and exposed during the meeting by a member of the public. And so I believe that was some of the rationale for not allowing those presentations. Then would it be appropriate if we were to allow presentations to require that they be submitted in advance?
At the beginning of the meeting would be, I mean, if we allow comments up and during the meeting, so I don't know how to handle this, but I do think it restricts the public, and it's a discrimination against being able to present your material in the best way you think it can be presented.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that into discussion for sure.
And I had a quick question for you, which is you referenced written communications. You would want to add, are you saying you'd want to add that to the order of the agenda?
I'm just saying that because I was used to seeing that when I worked for the city of San Jose. They had both written communications that people could make for items that were not on the agenda, and also the public comments for items that were not on the agenda. So you have a chance to do both. And of course, if you're submitting written communications, you have an ability to submit additional information rather than just.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions? I'm seeing none. Oh, one more from Councilmember Rennie.
Oh, no, not for the speaker.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. All right. I'm not seeing any other hands raised on Zoom. I saw one go up briefly, but it looks like it is down. Last call for any Zoom speakers on this item. Seeing none, we will close communications on this item and go to Councilmember Rennie.
So this is a question to think about. In section N, which is remote attendance, I don't know that people have thought this through, but whenever somebody's participating remotely, there is a risk because you have to Brown Act that location. If that person doesn't come online, then you're missing one of your meeting locations, and technically the meeting is supposed to be canceled. Would it be worth mentioning that here so that, you know, if somebody's planning to do a remote meeting, they put extra effort into making sure they wake up on time if they're in Europe, or, you know, whatever the issue is, that they are aware that they will cause a meeting cancellation. And I hadn't thought too much about this until it happened to us at Silicon Valley Clean Energy, where we had somebody in wherever Elliot was, maybe another country, and he had to travel down a mountain, and the roads were washed out to get to the Wi-Fi, and so he never made it, so we had to cancel. You know, everybody showed up for the meeting, and then we couldn't do any business. So I'm wondering if it's worth noting that in here so that everybody makes sure they're aware of the risk they provide the body when they do a remote meeting.
My understanding is that, I'm not sure if that was a question, it sounds like staff can weigh in on that, but my understanding is that different jurisdictions interpret that differently, and the law did just change, so it would be helpful to understand what staff's position on that instance would be happening in Los Gatos.
I would probably reach the same conclusion as the Silicon Valley group if the person were participating remotely under the traditional remote appearance provision of the Brown Act, which does require that the remote meeting locations be posted. But there is a new provision in the Brown Act for just cause remote participation. And the remote just cause provisions don't require that the remote meeting locations be posted or open to the public. And so if a council person were participating via the just cause provisions, there would not be a need to cancel the meeting. And I'll defer to the town clerk if the town clerk has anything additional to add.
My understanding would just be that it would have to be the in-person quorum. I would believe that if there was an issue with the location, they could post that that meeting location was no longer available. But I would have to defer to the attorney to look at any legal cases related to that. But I think it would be the same as if we had an issue with the building and had to move the meeting location, and as long as you post a sign at the location that the meeting has moved, you can move the meeting.
Councilmember Hudes?
So I'm, looking for the language about just cause, and I see there's something in here that refers to limited to 5 meetings per calendar year. Is there more that we need to say in this policy about the just cause provision for remote attendance?
We could add it if it would be helpful. My only concern is if the state law changes, because it changes every couple of years. And so my recommendation would probably be that we just reference the code section that's being used, and then that way the town won't have to amend this policy every time the state law changes.
And if I could follow up, so is the language, the red line language, adequate to do that at this point? I'm talking about the red line under N1 in the first paragraph.
Right, and so I'll read it out loud. So right now it says, it talks about you can request to attend remotely, and then it says, however, you can participate remotely under the just cause provisions I guess if I were to make any change, I might recommend saying, in addition, a council member may participate remotely under the just cause provisions because it is an alternative.
And you think that would be a good revision to this text?
I do.
Okay.
All right,
And
Councilmember.
if I
please
follow up. So Councilmember Rennie's suggestion about the implications of not attending, is that, you said you would agree with the agency that he mentioned, but there's nothing in here now about that. Is there, if you are suggesting that, is there a place where you would suggest that? And is there language that you would suggest to accomplish that sort of warning?
My thought would have been for me to prepare a memo for the council that would say the circumstances under which a meeting would need to be canceled if there were remote participation and the person weren't there. So I would have leaned toward putting it in a memo as opposed to putting it in the policy.
And if I may add, to Councilmember Rudney's point, to at least have an acknowledgement, you could consider the last sentence of that section N1, and I'll read it with the proposed amendment. When a council member is participating remotely, they shall have their camera on and be visible for the duration of the meeting, and shall make every effort to attend in order not to impact the holding of the public meeting. At least it is an acknowledgement, if you'd like to put that in the policy for any future council council member who is requesting to attend the meeting remotely, that you have an acknowledgement of your obligation to attend, and a violation of that is a potential code of conduct violation if the council wants to act on it, if it's some intentional act or sustained act into the future.
Good. Vice Mayor Stowe.
Thank you. I mean, I realize we can't solve it with this policy, but I am concerned about that. I mean, there have been incidents where somebody has been on a meeting. Well, first of all, I just think that the Brown Act part where somebody participating remotely has to disclose their location is really outdated. I think it presents a safety hazard for people. You know, I've taken meetings at 3 a.m. in another city, and I really don't want someone showing up with me. And given that there's a Zoom option, nobody ever needs to be in another location. So I am concerned about that. And then the other is if out of someone's control, there's a power outage or something, and your remote person goes off, suddenly the meeting is canceled. And then even worse, there's an example in another city where someone intentionally went off in a remote location and caused the meeting to end. I just don't think anyone should have that power or that level of exposure, safety exposure. But that said, I think putting words in here that people will make every intention. I mean, you can use your phone as a hotspot if the Wi-Fi goes out and things like that. So I think we know what we have to do. It's just doesn't hurt to add that sentence.
Yeah, I think that's a good addition. I would say I think that's a fine addition because it's not, binding or anything. I would want, perhaps separate from this item, to have the town attorney look into this, because my sense, and reading the law as it stands, is if there's a quorum in the room and there's a Zoom option, it doesn't make sense to me to cancel that meeting. So that's my opinion, and it sounds like there's a variety of opinions on this. So it would be helpful to hear how other cities are doing this, and what allows the Los Gatos Town Council to have the greatest amount of, I don't want to say flexibility, but the least likelihood that we have to cancel meetings because someone drops off. So I wouldn't want to include anything else in there referencing state law or talking about what to do if someone drops off until we have guidance, which I think doesn't need to be in this policy. Because that doesn't, I have seen different cities do this differently. So it'd be helpful to understand what we have discretion on. Okay. So that's one piece of this. Councilmember Rennie.
I'm going to try a motion. I think according to Rosenberg's rules of order, we're supposed to make a motion before we discuss too much more, right? So I'll make a motion that we accept these edits to this policy 2-01 with additional changes which were moving on section F, section F, moving paragraph, the fourth paragraph to be the second paragraph, as we discussed, ensuring that the title in the agenda under section A, orders of the agenda, is council and manager matters, not just council matters as it shows here. And we go ahead and add to the end of the paragraph in 1 the wording that was suggested that effectively says the council member will make every effort to attend so as not to impact the meeting.
You, Vice Mayor Risto.
I'll second the motion, and we can continue conversation.
Perfect. Councilmember Hudis. Oh, we have a comment from the town clerk.
I just wanted to clarify, the attorney suggested adding in addition for the last sentence, however, so I just wanted to make sure. However, in addition, a council member may participate remotely under the Just Cause.
Is that okay with the maker?
Yeah, I'd like to include that addition also in the motion.
Thank you. Seconder?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember Hudis.
My question was about in addition, but I think I'll go ahead and make a comment now that we have a motion on the table. This has been a fairly challenging process because, in my opinion, the current policy has served the town well. It has some aspects to it that reflect the fact that we are a small town and our elected officials don't have any staff and directly to help them write reports or to draft things. And unlike some bigger municipalities, and our mayor is appointed for just 1 year. We don't have an elected mayor, and they only serve for 1 year. So there's been a bit of a balancing act during this to try to comply with the idea that less than a majority of the council can't direct work of staff, with the concept that we have a small town, small set of resources, and limited ability to for the mayor to move things along. And I think we've come to a reasonable balance between those. I think it's one we're going to need to test out and try to see if it works. But it was a difficult process to get that balance right. One of the key aspects of our existing policy has been to preserve the right of the minority to have an item heard by the majority of the council. And in a sense, by requiring a majority vote to move something onto the agenda, we've eroded that to some degree. One of the ideas that had been offered earlier was to use an objective standard for what is significant work, and it was proposed to be 20 hours of work. Could be any number, but there was some rationale that went behind that. Instead, the current draft says significant work is defined by the town manager. I'm willing to give that a try, but I'm also raising a little bit of a red flag that we are a small town, we have limited staff, we have limited ability of any council member or even of the mayor to get much done. And in order to preserve the full aspects of democracy and to allow an elected minority of the council to have an item heard by the majority is something we're going to need to watch closely. So I'm okay with this, but I still worry about it. And so, you know, depending on where things go, I'm hopeful that this will work, but I'm also a little worried about it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I watched a lot of this process go forward, and I know it felt like it took a lot longer than anyone would expect, but there were a lot of issues to work through. And I appreciate the way it landed with the mayor having some power to decide what goes on the agenda, balanced by the manager, you know, where we found a place where if a mayor didn't want to agendize something, but it was critical time-wise or financially or something, the manager could overrule that. Similarly, if the mayor wanted something on there, you know, I think the manager would be accommodating. I think the nice thing about our community is we do have a great, you know, we have a mayor-manager form of government. Our council sets up, you know, we decide what our council priorities are for the year, and it's our manager's job to implement that. We are just setting the policy. We're not micromanaging staff or, you know, doing the work of staff. And so I think this is a way to help forward it. I did have kind of a question about presentations. I know in the past we used to have an overhead, and if people submitted things, they could then be put on the overhead. At this point, I think part of, besides not being sure what a member of the public might submit, I think there's concern that you can't just stick something in a thumb drive and potentially crash our system. So I don't know if, you know, I know we're beyond questions, but I was going to ask, like, what were the concerns and how are we addressing making sure that we are electronically safe and understand what material could be presented by anybody?
I can answer that.
Please.
Previously, it was pre-COVID when a lot of the presentations were allowed, and that was when we had a dedicated computer to display items. Right now, everything is managed through our computers, and we run the Zoom simultaneously. So about a year or so ago, we had a presentation we were trying to do, and it locked up the computer. So there are technological issues that could be caused by some of the presentations, as well as somebody distributing something that may be questionable. And then that puts staff in the position of trying to determine if it's appropriate or within the scope of the council. So there was various concerns for that. And one of the ways that we've been trying to mitigate that is to encourage the public to submit any visual presentations ahead of time for council in accordance with the guidelines we have for submitting. And that goes for the written comment as well. We encourage them to provide it to the council, as this is a forum for them to raise their concerns to the council. And that way council has it. If it's submitted in time, then we're allowed to post it as a desk item or an addendum, so the public does have the right to see it, and it is public. So it's following all the same transparency issues, just in a different format that's a little bit more easier for us to manage in terms of inside the meeting and displaying stuff. And then I don't know if you want me to speak to the written comments as well. We've been directing the public, if they want to submit written comments for items that are not listed on the agenda, those should be just directed to the town council as a normal concern. Since it's not an item on the agenda, we don't really post it as an item on the agenda, but it will be forwarded to the council so that you are able to see their concerns. And then if it's something that you wish to take up, then it would be something that you could request.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. And I was thinking about that. I mean, often someone will write into the council individually or directly about a topic, and if it's something that's going to be on a future agenda, then it gets put into the packet for that. So
correct.
That's how I've been receiving information from the public. And I also appreciate when the public writes in or submits a chart or anything, that it not happen 10 minutes before the meeting because none of us have time to read it. So I like the 24-hour policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I also wanted to point out that we did increase the time for the limits for people to submit their public comments. So instead of the 11 a.m., we did push it out to 3 p.m. just to give people a little bit more time and to make sure that you're able to get those comments in a timely manner.
Great, that's helpful. As somebody who used to submit to the town council 11 o'clock on a Monday before a meeting comes up really fast, and suddenly you're sending it in at noon and you've missed the target. So I appreciate that.
I'll just add, I think one of the things that was hard to, sort of work through and think through on this is that we currently, in my opinion, have a very good council. And part of what we're trying to plan for in this is future councils, and we don't know what the, future holds and who might sit in these seats, 5-10 years down the line. And so you do have to be thoughtful about how to create a policy that isn't, necessarily built for people always acting, together in good faith, but perhaps planning for other types of folks being involved. And I think, when this first came up, someone shared with me an example from a neighboring city where there was a major infrastructure need that for 2 years was not put on the agenda, and so which was creating an unsafe workplace for staff, which isn't fair to anyone, and the mayor refused to put that item on the agenda, and there was no recourse for the manager. So I actually think where what we've reached, this the mayor's agenda setting authority has remained, but the town manager can adjust the agenda order or scheduling of an item to mitigate for any operational, financial, or compliance impacts. I think that's a pretty good balance. Again, I think it's not super easy to work through this because historically the mayor and manager have always had a very collaborative relationship and are sort of working to prepare the agenda in tandem. But I think this is a good balance. I'm not. I share some of Councilmember Hudis's questions or heartburn, and so I think it will be important to stay on top of this and make sure that this policy is operating how we intend it to this evening. But I think this is a lot of thought has gone into this, and I'm comfortable with it in its current form. Councilmember Hudis.
I just wanted to add a big thank you to the town clerk for working through this, for separating the council agenda and the council format from the commission format. It was all tangled before, and I think it's a really clean way of handling that. And so I'm of course not thrilled that we've had to take another look at this so many times, but I do think this is a substantial improvement thanks to the urging of the town manager for us to look at some of the issues, governance issues that existed in our previous policy, and for the really diligent work of our town clerk in navigating the Brown Act, the First Amendment, all those kinds of things that come into play on this. So thank you for that.
Mayor, if I may.
Please.
I was giving more thought to N1, and that one sentence I was thinking it'd be better to say, alternatively, a council member might participate remotely under just cause, since the just cause provisions are an alternative to the regular remote participation provisions.
I can accept that change. I'll make that change, I guess, since she's not a member of the council, can't make the change, but I will suggest that we change the motion to include that.
Second.
Perfect. Okay. Any final comments? Is everyone comfortable with the motion? We'll know what we're voting on. Perfect. Okay. Then I will call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously. Echoing Councilmember Hudis' comments, thank you all for the very hard work on this. Appreciate you getting this through in a very thoughtful and way that ended in a very positive outcome. So thank you. We will now move to item 16, which is a draft license agreement for encroachments for private use of public property. And Gary Heap, the town engineer, will be presenting the staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Gary Heap, as I'm getting comfortable here. Very good. I'm the town engineer with the Parks and Public Works Department, so good to see you all this evening. This evening, we're before you requesting approval of the proposed license agreement policy for private use of public property, otherwise known as our license agreement policy moving forward. That's what I'll be referring to it as. That policy document is attached to your staff report this evening for your review and then comment this evening. I just want to go over some of the highlights of that policy document in the staff report here in this presentation. The purpose of the policy is really to establish a clear and consistent procedure for permitting, licensing, inspection, enforcement, and revocation of private encroachments within the public right-of-way and on town-owned property. The town frequently encounters private improvements in the town right-of-way and handles those really through an ad hoc permitting process with code enforcement. This policy fills the gap by defining when license agreements are appropriate and setting uniform standards for staff and property owners, so we have consistency and transparency and both sides know how we're approaching this. The policy applies broadly to private improvements in the right-of-way with limited exceptions, and the document itself provides clear approval authority. For the town manager, that approval authority includes license agreements that are residential in nature, minor in scale, and don't really create a health or safety hazard. Examples of that are residential fences, small retaining walls, structured mailboxes in the right-of-way, those types of things. The town council then would review license agreements that are commercial in nature, that occupy a substantial portion of the right-of-way, involve large permanent structures, proposals with broader community impact, or really then set precedent. We want to make sure the council weighs in on those. Examples of that would be structural planters or safety bollards in front of a commercial business in the downtown area, pertains, major building encroachments, those types of things. Also, it should be noted that when an encroachment is proposed through a land use entitlement, the review and approval for that encroachment will occur and be reviewed and approved concurrently as that application is reviewed. Requests will be evaluated based on safety, ADA compliance, drainage, utility, zoning consistency, and potential impact to future town projects. This policy also addresses legacy and unpermitted encroachments in place prior to the policy approval here. For those existing improvements that are made aware to us, staff will conduct a threshold review to determine whether removal is required or if a retroactive license application can be submitted. Review of the retroactive license agreement will not be the exception, or will be the exception, excuse me, and not legitimize any unauthorized construction. So the benefits of this policy document itself, as I've stated before, transparency, that ensures consistency and protects the public interests, and it also aligns with the town's commitment to good governance. With that, staff recommends that the council adopt the proposed license agreement policy as provided and recommended this evening, and I'm here for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions? Okay, I had a quick one, which is, so there's this provision in the policy about town council approval when the item has broader community impact, establishes precedent, or is contentious, sensitive, or otherwise likely to generate public concern. This is on the, I think, third page of the policy. And this is a silly hypothetical, but I think, illustrates the question I'm asking. The town manager is for things that are minor in scale. So question being, if there were a minor in scale, let's say this is, again, very silly, but a beloved sprinkler, right? The community loves this particular sprinkler. It has somehow gained historical value, and there's something, that people love about that. And if, we need to get rid of that sprinkler, but we're going to get 15 public comments about it. Would that go to the town council?
Gary can correct me on this one. Currently, all these are unauthorized in a public right-of-way if any of this occurs, correct? Without an encroachment permit or any other agreement.
That's correct. Any landscaping improvements that are in our right of way are technically in need of a license agreement. So it's hard to really speculate on something like that. I think if that application were to come forward, we would really want to look at our policy document, if it was to be approved this evening, go through the criteria identified there, and then take a look and see how that weighs against the policy.
The reason I asked that question, as of right now, nothing would come to the council to grant authority to be in the public right of, or just remain in a public right of way. You would have received a code violation, and we may have given the directive it has to come out, and there's nothing for the council to do there. What the policy does, and I think I go back and hearken to a previous case, we had a fence in a public right of way, and residents that were at odds with regards to that fence. How do you handle that fence is the question that was coming in my mind. And I was thinking not just about just that fence. I was thinking, how do you handle everything else that's happening in the community? Because it's not just that one fence. It happened on Shannon Road when we did the improvements. It exists in other locations in the town. How are we consistent to residents and we treat them fairly? And so by changing this, we are now bringing to council items of more significance. And I would have to evaluate that and balance that this magic single sprinkler that has garnered 100 people in the audience fighting for it, that may have some broader community impact in that decision, and that may be something we can't go wrong bringing it to council, because in many things, council is the sunshine and the daylighting of a matter, that although a town manager can make a decision on it, it doesn't hurt necessarily to just elevate that to council, and that would probably be where I would go on something like that.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm just trying to understand where the distinction is there, but that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions this time, we will open up public comment. I do not have any cards in the room for this item. Are there any hands? Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak? I'm not seeing any hands. All right, seeing none, we will close public comment and go back to the council. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Well, I guess actually before I make comments, I'll make a motion to approve this. So I move to approve this license agreement for encroachment for private use of public property as presented by council, or as presented by staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
Perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and then I wanted to comment, I mean, because of the fact, very specifically, a fence issue, over the years watching council, there's always something that bubbles up. With Shannon Road, as we were ready to do public improvements that were approved, all of a sudden we had items in the public right-of-way that had to be dealt with one at a time. Periodically, somebody reports an issue. I think that it makes a lot of sense to have consistency, to have the rules laid out so that it's not each one off, gee, do I want to go to the council and make my case for this? Everybody's treated equally. There's an understanding. And I also like the part of the policy where if encroachment on public property is granted, that is reviewed every 10 years. So nothing is permanent. It's not guaranteed in perpetuity because our needs may change for the public right-of-way. We may suddenly decide we need a sidewalk or emergency access for, wildfire or whatever. And so I appreciate that there's a mechanism to examine these, to remove things that are in the public right-of-way that don't have the right to do that, and not have a big, long public hearing about it all the time. And then I have one follow-up question.
Please.
Does the sprinkler have a name? Does that matter if people have a name on it? Anyway, so I think this is really good. I know a lot of work went into it, and I think that work is well justified, because otherwise we're just playing whack-a-mole with each individual process, and going forward, depending on the composition of the council or who the person is or what it is, you don't have the same treatment across the board. So thank you for that.
Thank you for that, council member. And if I may add, Just like our normal code enforcement process, we don't go out looking for every instance in the town of a violation to try to deal with those violations. Most of the time, these come to our attention because of a complaint. And some of the times they come to our attention because as staff are driving down the street and they notice something that is, in the case of a fence that's too high that cuts a sight line, a potential hazard to the community, which needs to be addressed, or it's a new construction and it comes to the attention of a staff person. This is not going to be perfect, and while we want to be consistent, consistency doesn't mean perfect consistency, and we have to recognize that we also don't want to weaponize our tools against one resident against the other. And so there'll be some balance as we implement this policy, and if we need to come back to council for a change, we would come back to you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion, and in kind of replaying some of the examples that have come to the council, I think this will be very helpful. But also in going back to my days on the Planning Commission, I think this will be of value to the Planning Commission as well, because often these issues about encroachments come up during Planning Commission hearings as well. And so I think this will have benefit that extends into that area in addition to the complaints that come in sort of after the fact. So I think it's very helpful, and we'll see how it goes.
Good. Any comments? Okay. I would just say, similarly, echoing those comments, I think this is fundamentally very helpful and adds a lot of clarity where there was some, in our most recent example, I think there was some confusion about the best way to handle it, and so this, I think, helps a lot. Okay. The motion on the floor, seeing no other comments, I will call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously. We are 7 minutes shy of 9 p.m., but I think to make sure we give the police services report its due, I think we'll take a 10-minute break to go to the bathroom, et cetera, and return at 9:03. All right, I'm going to reconvene this session of the Los Gatos Town Council to begin with item 17, which is the biannual police services report for July through December 2025, which will be presented by Chief Jamie Field.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. This is the 5th year that we're going into these biannual report outs. We'll continue doing them in the spirit of continuing the trust and transparency that we want to provide to our community. So this will be a reportable period of July through December of last year, the last 6 months. And in addition, based on some feedback from our last report out in August, I've also brought forward an additional member of our team, one of our senior sergeant, Traffic Sergeant Kalipo Kawiloa. He will be helping me with a portion of this slide deck momentarily, but I'll go ahead and kick us off. Next slide, please. Thank you. During this reportable period, we hired 1 record specialist, a police lateral officer, and then 3 trainees. Now, why those may not be significant numbers, what is a significant number is the number of applicants that we received during this reportable period. So for those positions that are represented up there, there was a total of 768 applicants for that, what rendered from it. Specifically for record specialists, there's about 350, and then the remaining were divided up between the lateral positions and the trainee positions. It is a significant, as I've always shared, undertaking to go through the background process to be hired on. And it's not just that an individual may not clear these processes. There's also, it's a competitive market that's out there for public safety in general, as we've all heard. So we know that when people apply for our agency, they may also be in the process with other agencies as well. And for a number of different reasons, they may not continue through the process or they may get dropped from the process. We are continuing and plan to have an oral board held each month and always looking for efficiencies and ways to streamline. Next slide. Our volunteer program, that's definitely part of the heart of our department and allows us to reach out to the community in many different ways. Both including DART, Explorers, and CERT had additional members added to the team during this reportable period. 4 new members were actually added to our Explorer team, almost doubling it in size. And we had 3 additional new DART members that were added as well. And those are just force multipliers for us that assist us during the Children's Holiday Parade and many other events, whether they're planned events or disaster in nature. For CERT specifically, we added 2 additional neighborhood incident command posts, and the prior mayor was there to cut the ribbon at one of them. So very exciting, well received by the community and the CERT leads as well. Additionally, we have a volunteer program known as Volunteers in Policing. And during this reportable period, they went out and did 575 vacation checks, which is significant, and that's an additional service to the community that makes us unique. And it's one of our differentiators as well in terms of our localized community support. Next slide. There's a lot to cover on this slide, but really what I'm trying to get at here is we're moving into a new era with the Los Gatos Montessorino Police Department, really focused on modernization and innovation. And in that spirit, we've listed a few items up here, and specifically today, and it was a council-approved initiative, was a replacement of our mobile data computers that are within the cars. And so that vendor was on site today and will be on site for the next 7 days replacing those because they're no longer supported. And so we do appreciate that support. Another item that is very much underway is the Axon ecosystem, and that includes our drone for first responder. We had the electrical pull just last Friday, and that dock should be arriving within the next 24 hours is our anticipation. We're trying to get it underway, potentially for the regional events to be able to use it. There's much more that comes with that, including our real-time information center, as you've heard more about, and other enhancements as well, and then we'll definitely keep the council apprised of those resources. We've really leaned towards automation of different functions of the police department to include subpoena service to our officers so we can reduce the amount of overtime of officers being on call, and they can stay in communication with the district attorney's office. Additionally, the district attorney's office has Axon, and so we are now able to move towards automated case filing instead of having somebody have to literally drive the packets down to the district attorney's office in most cases, which is wonderful. Another item that we brought forward, and this was under the Meliora assessment recommendation, was to incorporate or to also add residential alarm, false alarm management. So we have secured that process, and almost 14,000 letters went out to both commercial and residentials within the last week or so. There's many other items up there to note, but we'll move forward. So that's okay. Moving forward in terms of the discussion surrounding consolidation. So I'll draw your attention to the top of this slide. You have the Meliora assessment project that was done in 2024. That was the public safety assessment. An outcome from that assessment was the need and the recommendation for consolidation, both for the efficiency and the internal structure of the police department, and then also for modernization, and then for access to our community. Both stations are about 2 miles apart from one another, and we know that during beach traffic or other significant congested traffic periods of time, such as school traffic, it can take upwards around 45 minutes to get from one station to the other. So if somebody needs the service that we provide here and also service at the other location, it takes a significant period of time out of the day or for our resources. The police operations building, it's about 12,000 square foot in size, and headquarters, which is just next door, is about 5,000 square foot in size. The recommendation from the DLR group, who we went into contract with to do a space assessment, their early recommendation is almost twice the size being needed for the police department consolidation. So we're continuing on in that project. We have not completed that project with the DLR group, but we will have more to come during the next report out to council as well. Next slide. So in terms of some of the analytics, we always like to include some of the same measurements in here on this slide and the next one. What this one represents on your left is our response time for call for service, and our standard measurement is to aim for 5 minutes for priority 1, 10 for priority 2, and 15 for priority 3. You can see that we are significantly below that. And priority 1 is those emergency calls where it's a threat to person in most cases. The slides or the graphs to chart to your right, it's a comparison between 2024 and 2025 of the communications center and their calls that they're either receiving through our non-emergency line, which is our 408-354-8600. And so receiving calls, outbound calls, and the 911 calls. You can see that there's similar in measurements up there, and that tends to stay the same and has for the last 4 years that we've been, or 4.5 years that we've been presenting on this. Next slide. Traffic enforcement is the measurements there on your left. And you'll see that while our citations are about the same, they're just slightly off. You have 742 or 791, it should be for this reportable period. And but there's fewer traffic stops. We took a look at that, and we believe that some of the possible reasoning behind that is there was a period of time where we did not have a motor officer available in service, and they are out there doing a lot of that visibility traffic enforcement. However, we did maintain similar numbers and citations. The documented reports, those are very much the same from year to year. Next slide. This slide and the following slide I'm going to turn over to our traffic sergeant, Kalipo Kawiloa, as he is definitely very familiar and engaged in the special events that we came from in 2025, as well as he'll speak to some of the efforts that are underway moving forward for the regional events. Sergeant Kawiloa.
Thank you, Chief, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Town Council. Good evening. My name is Kalipo Kawiloa. I'm badge number 67 sergeant here with the town of Los Gatos, Montesino Police Department. Been serving the community for 20 years. My current job is traffic and regional events, and I'd like to share with you some of the highlights on these slides. You saw previously that the chief spoke of technology and of the good people we hire. Those good people just happen to be cops, and they're working here in our community to serve it the best we can. With the help of my fellow officers and town staff, I coordinate, communicate, and implement strategic planning, operations, and evaluation within the roles and tasks assigned to me. I'm a modern-day multimodal transportation influencer, and you saw that on one of the previous slides where we take traffic enforcement and multimodal traffic safety seriously. To kind of give you an idea of one of the 3 of the 5 E's that we stand for, in order to create a more safer traffic environment, we have a device that records speed or illustrates speed to drivers that are on the roadway. It's more commonly known as a radar trailer. And that's part of our education and encouragement. As a driver passes by this trailer, it illustrates the speed or displays the speed that they're traveling at and gives the good driver an opportunity to slow down and abide by the law. And then about a week later, after displaying that trailer, we come out with our motor officers and our patrol officers, and we conduct traffic enforcement of that area. And it allows us to share the education and encouragement with that radar device and then back it up with a little bit of enforcement. We go to those specific areas for traffic enforcement when the community calls us, either through dispatch as the number the chief provided with the 354-4600, or they can email us police@losgatosca.gov. Highlighting some of the other roles with regards to traffic. All roadways in the town, north and south, merge to 1 lane. The maximum speed in town is 35 miles an hour. Over 1 million vehicles traverse our roadways every month. Each officer, including our 2 motor officers, have the ability and capability to influence safe driving utilizing the latest traffic safety technology devices to do so. And the chief had mentioned some technology mentioned earlier, and about a year ago, we implemented Crossroads citation software. This allows the officers to carry the citations and e-citation on their phones, and then also conduct crash investigations using Crossroads software, which then uploads to the state for statistics. In partnership with Parks and Public Works and local organizations such as Los Gatos Safe Routes to School, the Los Gatos Union High School District, the Los Gatos School District, and our own Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, we accomplish our goals by following and implementing the 5 E's of traffic safety. Those 5 E's are engineering, education, encouragement, enforcement, and evaluation. These partnerships and commitments to public safety help us educate, encourage, and enforce the lines and signs set into place throughout the town and paves the roadway towards safer multimodal travel. Moving on to our slide here for past and present and the local and regional events that occur in this town. I was designated as the regional events coordinator. Some of you folks may be familiar with some of the events the police department facilitated in 2025. They included Coffee with a Cop, the Community Police Academy, Neighborhood Watch, National Night Out, the Children's Christmas Holidays Parade, excuse me. For the parade, we're looking at over 10,000 people. There's almost 6,700 people that participate just in the floats and the bands, et cetera. And then there's a crowd that comes. And it's an event that is significant to the town. I think this year we'll be moving to the 70th anniversary of the parade. And it's a year in planning. We've already started planning for next year back in 2025, December 2025. So it's a large event, and our job is to make sure that we provide the safety, security, and service that the town expects in these types of events. A piece of technology that we use is the anti-vehicle barriers, and we close the streets with those barriers so that big trucks can't get through. And we're also using drone technology. You heard the chief talk about our DFR program, and we now have pilots that will fly above the crowds and kind of keep an eye on things so we can get a bird's eye view. For Halloween, both on Tate and Johnson Avenue, those events are about 8,000 people. And when looking at those crowds, we also have to expect as police officer that the people that we see in costumes and in the dark, we don't see always all the little kids, all the children that are below 4 feet. And so our numbers are, I would say, highly exaggerated under because we see mostly adults and we don't see all the children that are there. But another great significant event, but one that takes a lot of planning and care with regards to keeping the public safe in the Almond Grove and the Johnson area. We've also had some significant dignitary visits, you may recall, over the last 3 or 4 years, including the President of the United States, the Vice President, and the First Lady. These visits are usually fairly surprising. The Secret Service doesn't give us much heads up. They show up about a week before, give us a plan of action, and then we do our best to not inconvenience the public while at the same time providing the highest level of security for our nation's leader and our government. So another area where we use technology, people, and good planning to implement public safety. In 2026, the Los Gatos Montesino Police Department will provide safety, security, and service to the town during regional events occurring nearby. These events include the 60th Super Bowl, which will occur next month on February 8th, 2026. The World Cup Soccer for FIFA, which is also at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, June and July of 2026. And then America's 250th birthday, which is a nationwide celebration on July 4th of 2026. The police department is intrinsically involved in the planning with the other agencies, state, local, regional, and federal agencies for all of these events. And our job is to make sure that we're providing the best we can in public safety, service, and safety to our community. That concludes my report. Is there another slide? I'm sorry. One more? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Can we move the next slide down? Thank you. Sorry, I thought I was in control. And I touched base on all of those events, National Night Out and Halloween and Holiday Parade. I do want to bring attention to the soccer tournament that happened, I believe it was back in 1994 when Brazil, we were the hometown for Brazil. There's a wonderful picture of that celebration at Willow Street Pizza right here on Main Street. If you go toward the cooking galley to the right there's a picture of the thousands of people that came to celebrate while Brazil was here. Not that I expect that's going to happen this year, but we always want to be prepared, and are prepared for what's to come.
Okay, next slide. Oh, you already have it. Thank you. So this is one of our final slides, but I want to touch again on some of the technology and innovation that we're going towards. It's very exciting. I think that this is going to be a very defining year for the department in many different ways, from the modernization, from the innovation, from the focus on staffing and development of our staff, retention of our staff. One of the areas of technology that I know is sensitive right now is surrounding flock. So I would just like to address that really quickly. So SB 34, that was in 2015, and established some parameters around how flock information is being shared from state agencies to federal agencies. And then furthermore, SB 54 in 2017, the CARES Act, also sets some further safeguards around there, where how we will support or engage with our federal partners. Now, specific to Los Gatos, I'll bring it down to a localized level. You might recall when we did implement flock that we did not share with anybody else in the county for a number of years. And then when we looked to expand that, a little over 2 years ago, we brought that to council and said we would only share within our county also including California Highway Patrol. On our flock portal, and I have it up here on my computer, and anybody else can log in to the Los Gatos Police Transparency Portal, and they can look at our flock page. It will show on there how many flock cameras are owned by the town specifically. There's 17. How many cars have passed through within the last 30 days, down to the number, because we keep for only a 30-day retention period. And then all of the agencies are listed in there of whom we share with, and they're listed on there. So all of that information is current, as well as our flock policy is on there as well. We do have an auditing process that occurs monthly, overseen by a support services captain. So hopefully that provides just a little bit of a level of assurance of how we operate here within the police department here locally. I know that the city of Montesreno has also installed their flock cameras. They have their own transparency portal. It lists on there that they share with the town of Los Gatos for policing services that we contractually provide. Additionally, up there, you see the Meliora assessment recommendations. We continue to work on those 130 recommendations, and we have made significant progress. I don't have the number of how many we have been able to scratch off that list, but a lot of the initiatives I spoke to tonight were a result of those recommendations there, and a lot of that was supported through council as well, so thank you for that support. We'll continue to develop our collateral teams. You heard about the drone team. There's other teams that are currently underway and being developed, and you will hear about those as the year goes forward. And we hope to have quite a few new faces at our next swearing in, which we anticipate being in May of this year. It will be a very voluminous year for the department, given these regional events and the 250th year of independence for our country, and it will be exciting times for all of our staff and for our region, and we will definitely be at our best and prepared to serve our community. Next slide. And with that, it concludes our presentation, and we are available for any questions. The entire command staff and Sergeant Cowello are here to respond.
Thank you very much, Chief. Okay, it looks like no burning questions from the council, so we'll go ahead and open public comment, and then we'll get into our discussion. We have one in-person commenter, that is Austin.
All right, thank you. So I'm glad you, excuse me. I'm glad you brought up the policy. I have it right here. There's a lot of things. In particular, it talks a bit about training. And 429.3.1, Bureau of Support Services captains shall be responsible for developing guidelines and procedures. Specifically, it talks about developing training requirements for authorized users. 429.5, subsection D, no member of this department shall operate ALPR equipment or access ALPR data without first completing department-approved training. 429.9, under training, the administrative, sergeant, or personnel and training analyst should ensure that members receive department-approved training for those authorized to use or access the LPR system. Finally, 429.8, this training will be documented and kept on file with the training analyst. So I've requested that documentation. I've requested both the training, the records, and the town came back and said that there are no responsive documents. So I'm hoping that was a mistake. I'm hoping training is happening, hoping it's being documented. As you mentioned, it is controversial. It's controversial in part because it's being abused. You read the news every week; it's a new story, and So yeah, I'm just hoping you can shed some light on that. Thanks.
Thank you. I have no other. All right. Please come forward.
Lee Fago, 30-year resident of the town. Good evening. As a long-term resident and with the police facility within 1 block of my house, I am very happy, comfortable, and my neighbors also express that same sense of confidence and comfort because of the quality of the police services that we have seen exercised in our community. The fact that our police are reaching out into the community and working with citizens. And some of the comments that I've heard from other residents are that they see the police, and I've observed this twice now, police doing more to prevent crime than just trying to chase down the bad guys. And this is true community policing. So with that, I'd like to say thank you for the work that you're doing. Truly appreciate it. Keep it up. You've put the expectations very high now, so we'll be cheering, and hopefully you can stay at that level. And again, thank you, and let's work on some of the new challenges that we have with electric bikes and what's happening there in our community to try to protect our youth by reaching out to the schools, as our community service officers have been doing, and conducting classes for the students. The school districts are very interested in doing what they can to try and protect their student population. So let's keep that up. And again, enforce the laws where it is necessary to do so, and let's prevent people from getting into some bad habits. So again, thank you for all that you have done, and it is nice to have this quality of service in our town. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other cards in the room and no hands raised on Zoom, so I will close public comment and look to questions and comments from the council. Councilmember Hudis.
Kind of one sort of minor question raised by the public. Is there a reason why training records of police officers would not be provided under Public Records Act?
I'll look to the town attorney on any thought behind that response.
I'm not aware of any exemption for training records, and so it would be a matter of whether or not they exist, whether or not the town has them to provide.
So I can respond a little bit further. So we do undergo audits through the Department of Justice for information that, or tests that are, I would say, issued by DOJ or overseen by DOJ to assure that all of our staff that has access to information on a need-to-know, right-to-know basis, that they complete those tests. And that's an audit that is undergone, I want to say annually, but I would have to double check on that. But those tests are completed. One of our administrators on that is actually one of our senior dispatchers, and she makes sure to monitor that closely.
Okay, thank you. I won't get in public hearing into a particular records request, but I might have some questions for the attorney later. I don't want to spend all the time on the license plate readers, but in general, the statistics on the use of flock, could you maybe elaborate a little bit on what the results have been from using license plate reader technology?
For on a local level, we've seen actually a slight reduction in the outcome in terms of the use of flock. It appears as such that a lot of the license plates that may, I guess, be alerted by the system, that they've been covered for one reason or another. So as we implement technology, others that may have ill purpose may find ways to overcome said technology. So we just have to, I guess, layer it in such a way, but also do it in a way where we're very thoughtful that we're bringing it before the council, that we establish the trust anytime that we hold the Community Police Academy. As many of you know, we completely pull back the curtain to share what all of our systems are, including how they operate, what we're doing, how they function. And there's a full deep dive into our Community Police Academy, which we hope to hold this fall. And we definitely welcome anybody that's interested to reach out to us at police@losgatosca.gov. From a local level, we are actually extremely restrictive because we only hold that information for 30 days. Many agencies are a year or beyond, and I know that there's legislation that's trying to bring that back to the 60-day mark. We are even more restrictive than that. We are also one of the few agencies that only shares within the county, and for a lengthy period of time, only shared within just our department ourselves. But we found that there was, for officer safety purposes, value, and investigative purposes, and safety to the community, value in going a bit further. And for that reason, that's when we brought it back to council in August, I believe, of 2024, I believe. But that is something that is monitored regularly by our administrator on that, and as I mentioned, overseen by a support services captain.
Okay, thank you. I think it might be valuable, again, even if the numbers are down from the initial ones, to articulate maybe in a future report what the number of effective stops and crimes that have been tracked. My understanding is that the license plate reader technology allows the police to understand when a criminal has entered town and when someone who's committed a crime is someone who ought to be looked at. And that's the exact opposite of profiling. It's making a stop of someone who is known to be a criminal. And so I think the results are important to share with our residents, and I would encourage to provide some of those statistics going forward. I've read a number of the articles about some communities that are concerned, and for the most part, it has been federal agencies accessing state and local databases associated with flock. And my understanding is that that's not permitted under our policies. Is that correct?
That is correct. And if I could just expand a little bit further, it is a little bit difficult to measure the value of flock because there are some instances where we may receive a flock alert and go to that particular area and we're not able to locate, or potentially that vehicle flees from the area. In addition, it doesn't capture the investigative value of it if we're following up on a burglary of a particular area and we can identify on a surveillance camera nearby and also get the license plate of a particular vehicle as a result of flock and the investigative follow-up of it. So just signaling on the license plate as it goes by, it doesn't capture the full picture. So there's a little bit more there. Additionally, there's also the value of how many vehicles are coming and going that are captured on those. While it certainly doesn't, it's not a comprehensive picture of vehicles coming and going from our community, but what it does, when I looked earlier, I think it showed for the 17 cameras that 413,000 had passed just within the last 30 days.
Go ahead. So, some of the concerns that I've read about have been federal inquiries into state or municipal databases, and I understand that we don't permit that. One of the other abuses that I read about was where a local municipality, I think in Texas, put out a missing person bulletin to attempt to locate an individual, And it turned out that wasn't a missing person. It was someone who they suspected of breaking Texas law regarding abortion. And that information was provided back. That wouldn't be federal, that would be state to state or state to municipal. Do we have safeguards with regard to that?
Absolutely. And any time that we access the flock database, there has to be documentation of what that purpose is, usually surrounding a case or incident number.
And so if something were a supposed missing person report, we wouldn't necessarily take it at face value?
So flock does help for missing persons. It also helps for somebody that may need to be checked on for mental health purposes. We can follow up on those matters as well if they're potentially posing a harm to themselves. So it's not just for the criminal matters, it's also for other public safety matters too. So yes, a missing person may qualify.
Okay, thank you. Some questions about other statistics, but we'll go.
I have a couple of flock questions if we want to stay on that for just a sec. So first, I really appreciate the thoughtful presentation this evening. I have shared this before, heard it from many residents. I really want to emphasize how much I am grateful to the department. I think your emphasis on trust and your transparency, I think it's top notch, and we're very grateful to have a police department that cares so much about being community facing and involved in everything that you are. So going off of what Councilmember Hudis was asking about, my understanding is that a couple of weeks ago, the city of Santa Cruz voted to end their contract with Flock, and they had very similar policies to what our policies are, from what I can tell. That they forbade federal agencies from accessing their Flock data, and yet it was utilized by ICE or accessed by ICE, and the city of Santa Cruz's intent was explicitly not to share the data, and yet it was still accessed. And so my concern is not at all with the trust I have in our police department. It's more about the security of the technology. And so, and I appreciate, I know that you all would be sharing with us if anything was, awry. And so I'm not just for the public record, I wanted to ask if our Flock data has ever been accessed by ICE without our explicit permission, and you've shared in the past that it hasn't. And then I also wanted to ask, kind of two other questions. One is about the guarantees Los Gatos has that our data won't be accessed in a manner similar to Santa Cruz. And then I have one more question I'll ask, but I won't add a third now.
So I'm familiar with the incident and what was taking place in Santa Cruz. I'll also offer in that same week where they canceled their Flock cameras, actually the community of Greenfield, I believe, added more Flock cameras to their program. So I can't speak specifically to what happened there in Santa Cruz, but I will look to our support service captain to just expand a little bit further about the auditing process and the schedule that he's implemented.
Hi, thank you for the question. Greg Bormeo, Support Services Captain. So recently onboarding into that position specifically, looking at the audit trails and stuff like that, and knowing some of the concerns and the trust that we had built up. Working with our administrator, who is housed specifically in our investigations bureau. They do a weekly check to see any and all access points, which is very definitive and all that information, making sure that that's within the policy, as well as also looking at all of the administrative back-end switches from the admin perspective that are controlled from my level and from his level, are staying consistent with everything that was already outlined from the council. So that reoccurs monthly, so that anything that looked out of the ordinary would be spotted early, and then we can address those things ahead of time. And as we have rolled forward, since we've just implemented it, it has been functioning the way we had intended with your direction.
Okay, I appreciate that. That makes sense. I guess, is Los Gatos doing anything different than other agencies? Because my understanding from the Santa Cruz example is that this was again, the city of Santa Cruz said don't access our data, and yet it was. And so do we have the same protections as a city like Santa Cruz? Are we doing more? Are we doing it sounds like the auditing is sort of on the front end of that, and so we would immediately know if something happened, but we're not doing any. I'm not getting the sense we have any greater protections than another city.
I don't know of anything that's going to separate us anything further. I can tell you that we have not had ICE reach out to us in that manner, and I'll look to our operations captain if she has anything further, because it would come through the patrol.
Good evening. Rebecca Alban, Captain over Operations. I concur with everything that's already been said. I certainly can't speak for another agency, be it Santa Cruz or any other one. Having spent several years as a public information officer, I also know enough not to necessarily trust everything I hear about on social media or read in the newspaper. So I can't sit here definitively and say that the same checks and balances in Santa Cruz or anywhere else are to the level that we have here. I will say, based on my training experience and having worked for a different agency for many years, that our organization is different in a good way, because I think it's the industry standard that most police departments in California share throughout California. I was actually very surprised when I came to work here and found out that we didn't do that, because that was what I knew as normal. So I will say that our community here in our police department is actually, I think, far more restrictive in who we share with than the majority of police departments in this state. And to your earlier example about the misuse of the missing persons with the abortion in Texas, our laws here in the state of California are also more restrictive than in Texas. And we have specific prohibitions from the state level beyond just our local policies that prohibit us from using flock for abortion rights, for immigration rights, or anything of that sort. So I think that we're doing everything that we can on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, and I stand by that. And I think we're going to continue to do our best, aware that this is kind of a hot button topic for the community right now, but we're in line with all of you with your concerns.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And the last thing I would just say on that is, again, hearkening back to trust, I have a lot of trust in the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Department. I think our community does too. And I want to air all of this because I've had at least 5 residents over the past couple of months or weeks maybe reach out. I think especially in light of Santa Cruz, because they're our closest neighbor that has chosen to end their contract with Flock, who do have very real concerns about this technology. So if anything happens, if there's anything to be aware of, or especially if you all have privacy concerns that change or issues that you see with this company, I think that's really important for the council to be aware of. I think there's a variety of companies that do provide these technologies, so I think it's always important to look at alternatives and make sure that the folks that we're contracting with are have the same values that we do. And so I appreciate the answers. It's very helpful. And thank you. I'll turn it over to other folks if they have any questions. Yeah, Vice Mayor Risto.
I wouldn't call it a question. I had the same or similar concerns. And I, knowing that our police department is taking every step they can to protect data, my concern is Flock. Like, how much control do we have over that? Or if they were offered enough money, or if they had some kind of search warrant or something. I mean, what's our protection for our data in a scenario like that, which may be untested?
So it's my understanding that only the police department would have access to the data because it's our data that's withheld or that's held within the system for those 30 days, and then it's removed. So we can follow up and provide the council with further safeguarding information, and we can look into that a little bit further and provide that through the town manager.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because Flock has been incredible. You know, I follow the reports. I'm looking at the transparency page. It is a powerful tool, and as Councilmember Hudes has repeated often, it's the opposite of profiling. So I think it's an incredibly effective way for our department to have another way to know, just factually, this vehicle needs to be stopped. It's either a missing person or a stolen vehicle or was wanted in a crime. It's also super helpful if somebody commits a crime here and the license plate is seen, and then we find out that it entered another community where we share data. And I think that's incredibly valuable. Knowing how helpful that is, of course, it makes us concerned, like, can it be used for the wrong purposes? And I think we're always walking that line, and I appreciate the policies we have in place and the restriction. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. It is a very powerful tool in keeping the public safe and following up in those investigations. We've seen immense success, some of which we may not be able to share in open forum, but there has been very significant success here specifically in the community, and even partnering with the few agencies that we are sharing with as well. There has been instances where there has been significant crime against a person, and our officer stopped that vehicle, and we would have never known that that person was involved in said crime if it were not for. So it's been valuable in many different ways.
Thank you. And I think we would welcome any additional information you can provide us on that in the future. Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I had a few other areas that I wanted to learn a little bit more about from the report. The volunteer program, and it's, I think, well articulated in the written report about community engagement, explorers, and volunteerism. And I think it's really one of the highlights of our approach to public safety. And not only is there real collaboration between the police department and the volunteers, there's also a large number of people who are involved, and that number has grown substantially. I understand we have a retirement in that function. Could you describe a little bit about how we plan to go forward to maintain that really high level of community engagement?
Well, first, I definitely want to give praise to those different volunteer units. So DART, CERT, Explorers, and the VIPs. They're immensely valuable to us, including in these upcoming regional events. We will be partnering with them, and each one of those units helped us during the Children's Holiday Parade, and some of which also helped us in many other events throughout last year. So force multipliers and partners for us. That said, continuing the continuity of the support for that is definitely very important to us because it's one of the separators for the model that we have here within the police department. We have not identified that date of when that transition will occur. And while we hope to prolong it as much as possible, we know that it's inevitable, and we wish that person well. But I'll definitely be working with the town manager on what that future will look like in terms of the staffing model to support it.
Go ahead.
I don't mind saying her name in public. Jackie Rose has been a tremendous asset to the community and has gone above and beyond in her service and understanding of the community and working with all of these volunteers. I did want to talk about two...
Councilmember, I had a question on volunteers, so I was going to jump in on that. So I had actually a very, very similar question about sort of contingency planning. So I hope that as we, cling onto that person for as long as we can, that she is training, someone else to come in and take that place because, just as before I was involved on the council as a volunteer, every CERT event I went to, there was a PD presence there, and I thought that was very, very important. So I think that just doubling down on that key staffing change, making sure that we're doing the adequate contingency planning. I wanted to ask, outside of the staffing change, what the sort of vision for the future on those programs is. I not that anything needs to change, but I saw that the Explorers program looks like it's back up and running in a really healthy way, which is excellent to see. I'm very glad to see that. So is it just sort of keep going in the same direction? Are there any changes coming, or because I know it's always been there's always a balancing act between these are volunteer positions, giving adequate staffing. It takes a lot of work to stand up these teams, but they seem to be a huge value. So anything you can share on those programs?
Yes, it does take quite a bit of effort in this. The Explorer program, we have officers that are actually pulled from patrol to oversee that the first Wednesday of the month. So it's a passion of theirs to make sure that that's something that continues forward, but it's also something that's absorbed within the staffing structure currently. And while we hope to be able to continue this level of service, right now we're definitely operating at a stretch because of our staffing model, and it's something else that's absorbed. Sergeant Kawaloa is doubling with some of the administrative sergeant duties right now as well, and we appreciate what's taking place there. So we will do our best to find creative solutions for how we are able to continue that moving forward. With Explorers, that program is for ages 14 to 21 years old. And so they very quickly age out. And actually, we anticipate losing, or not losing, well, we're losing, it's his gain. But one of the Explorers was recently accepted to Stanford. So he will be continuing on in that process, still remaining in the community, but just shared with us recently of how important it was to helping him understand a perspective of not just the government, but a local arm of the government. And so it was invaluable to him as well. We anticipate sending probably one or two to the upcoming Explorer Academy, which is usually held in June, as long as that will be held. And I know other agencies, not just us, public safety agencies, are undergoing some staffing strain as well. So should that continue, we'll be sending some to the Academy. CERT, we just see as an absolute partner to us in many different ways with the various neighborhood incident command posts throughout town. Expanding the level of vigilance through our community volunteers is so important because then they, through word of mouth, build that out even further for us. And we'll be seeing some of their assistance in the upcoming regional events. DART, they're somebody that we can call out in the middle of the night and help us in so many different ways, whether it be a downed tree or a significant incident underway. And they've been partners with us, actually started by Joe Brzezinski just a little over 40 years ago. So we hope to also continue that moving forward. And we know, because we hear from the community, the value and appreciation in those vacation checks and the welcome packets as well. Well, it's not something that's expected, I don't believe, by any community. It's something in addition. It's a plus, and it's our separator that really makes us unique in our public safety model. So we hope to be able to continue that forward. We'll be as creative as we can with our staffing stretch that's currently underway and working with our staff and town resources.
Perfect. That's very helpful. Thank you. And I'll just say that DART, CERT, Volunteers and Policing Explorers, I see those all as really, really valuable programs. So anything that the council needs to be aware of in terms of resources you need, et cetera, I think those are I just really value those. I think those are great ways. You're doing so many things. You're providing meaningful volunteer opportunities. You are providing all of these services that we couldn't do otherwise. And exactly to your point, I think a huge part of what makes Los Gatos a very unique model of policing that I think is envied by many in the county and beyond. So thanks for that.
That position that Jackie Rose holds is very significant in so many different ways. She oversaw the implementation of our false alarm ordinance and the permit and working with the vendor. And that's definitely not a light lift when you have to reach out to everybody that's currently there, do the education. In addition, our sworn staff also for any false alarm that they responded to over the last 6 months, which was, I believe, around 430. Half of those were residential alarms. And so they made sure to provide a door hanger with all of the information. We've done significant outreach in that. And that's a lot of it spearheaded by Jackie. Our volunteer program, also our community outreach coordinator, and so many other services, the parking program, supported by the traffic sergeant and her. So we're very grateful to have that position, and also specifically the individual in that position is, we're indebted to her long-term service with the town.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. I had a couple of areas that relate actually to another agenda item, which is talking about potential revenue measure, and that relates back to our largest part of our budget, which is our police services. The first one is about space, and I know from the Miliora report, there was strong recommendation that we consolidate the headquarters with the POC, and now I see that I understand that it's 12,000 square feet at the POC and 5,000 square feet, which comes out to 17,000. And yet, I think we have a report saying we really need 25 to 30,000, and I can somewhat understand that, having spent time in the headquarters and the very cramped situation there, that it would be larger than that as a need. My question is, have we given thought to some sort of interim solutions that may be short of building brand new police building, 30,000 square feet or more, to take some steps potentially to is there an interim solution that's coming out of it, or is it strictly we absolutely need 100% new building?
I'll take a stab at that. I may look to the town manager for any thoughts that he has as well. We have taken some efforts to try and identify different efficiencies through the various automated systems that you've heard about, through parking, through our subpoena services, through the filing of the DA reports and that sort of thing, just to try and bring us closer together in different ways instead of having staff go back and forth, because that's certainly a challenge. Now, what I'll also mention is at POB, which stands for the Police Operations Building, that 12,000 square feet also encompasses an emergency operations center. So that's not an area where we can necessarily place staff at. So we're even more restricted there. In addition, we had a jail that was in the Police Operations Building, and we have decommissioned that jail because we know that we have a jail that's 15 minutes away from here, and it wasn't an area that we felt was necessary. So there's a decent amount of area that's not usable currently because of its current design. So that restricts us even further, and I couldn't estimate what that is, but it's definitely several thousand feet less than what's mentioned in the footprint currently. In order for us to all fit into a building, I don't have an additional proposal for that, and I would look to the town manager on that. The ways that we've been trying to do it is communication is key for us. We have more meetings than probably most departments, but we want to make sure that we're able to support one another, that we're monitoring the bandwidth. We know that we're absorbing quite a bit just through our staffing model currently. And so we want to make sure that we're not overstretching and that we're committing to something that we can accomplish these initiatives that are currently underway, with things like the Axon implementation, with the regional events, with having access to the public. So we're trying to find means and ways that we can maintain that. In terms of the physical footprint, we don't have any solutions currently, but town manager, did you have anything to add?
I think what's important is to wait until the study is completed in terms of what the space needs are, and then to evaluate that from the perspective of, are there opportunities to, I guess, if I'm interpreting correct what you're asking, ensure that the space that's being allocated is absolutely necessary, not just for current, but also for future growth of the department, which I think is important.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's important, but also there's maybe a long-term vision to have a new facility that's adequate to house everyone, but I'd be interested in any short-term or near-term, mid-term recommendations to potentially have other operations there. And I'll tell you why I raise it. For me, it's efficiency, yes, but it's also emergency response. I actually spent time there during our drills, and I know that we have, I think, a dispatcher's console over there. I would be, I'm frankly worried about the electronic communications between the headquarters and that building in case of a disaster, particularly if part of that disaster involved one of those facilities. And so I would be interested maybe in this report if there were also some short and midterm recommendations that could help not only improve efficiency, but also address the potential to respond in an emergency. I mean, we've made some very significant steps in hiring an emergency manager. That person will be, I think, key to emergency response, and a lot of that will be in the EOC. I think I don't know if we've done this, but maybe actually doing a drill where we move the dispatchers over here, over to the POB and the POC, and have actually exercise that contingency as well.
So the console that's actually in the Emergency Operations Center is a radio only. It doesn't have all the different functionality that is in our dispatch center over here. And I do really appreciate, and I believe that the dispatchers, as they're probably listening in as well, do appreciate recognizing and remembering, because oftentimes they're somewhat forgotten, but they're the first ones that the community talks to in their absolute moment of need. So yes, we are definitely very much aware. I will share that when we had, I believe it was in 2023, the storms, we were able to establish a standalone line, and we opened the EOC where we brought Parks and Public Works and PD, and we operated around the clock for those 3 different periods of storms. And we were actually taking in some calls there. While it's a standalone single line, it doesn't operate as what we have in our PSAP center or our dispatch center, where we can have 6 calls potentially coming in at a time, and delineating between what's non-emergency and what's the 911 line. That's not something that we have the capability for in the EOC, even through a drill. The radio console that's in there is in essence similar to like a radio that if we were to pull it out of a vehicle, and it looks very similar to that. So it's really, as you've seen, I know, and Councilmember Rennie, through the various drills that you've all been a part of there, that it's a mic handheld function there, and that we're able to just basically operate with a single line there. So to be able to up and move them over there would be very limited functionality, but it would be of great value if we could have our dispatch center, obviously, with our operations, just for the communication aspect of it, and better service to the community.
I think you're speaking to the resiliency. To what extent does the facilities or the consideration of future facilities take into account the resiliency of critical functions such as emergency? And I think, Chief, can you speak a little bit towards how do we currently deal with, let's say, a big storm disaster, or if we had to stand up the EOC, or if we had to evacuate town hall? What are the contingencies that we should take into account for that?
We would put into place a similar model of what we did in 2023, and we would open the EOC and operate out of there through either handpack or through that radio console there, and we'd bring our resources in there. Our dispatchers can at least operate through our CAD database, our computer automated database, and put in basic information. It does not mean that they would have the full robust model of what they have. So it would be a very limited model. And I'll look to, because we did talk about this a little bit earlier on some contingency plans, I'll look to Captain Borromeo if there's anything he would like to expand on that.
Thank you, Chief. Again, Greg Bormeo, Support Services. The only expansion is the ongoing technology exploration that the Chief outlined with some of the new on-prem and the cloud-based systems for 911. But as the Chief outlined, it's basically several separate systems that we have set up at the EOC. I've had to run several, whether it's Christmas morning or different things, where we had to come up with contingencies should more damage or disasters were to occur. So there are ways that we do have redundancies built up through our partnerships through mutual aid with the county. In the event it does get to that level, with switching our 911 systems there and forwarding non-emergency lines to continue that continuity to a cell phone line or multiple cell phone lines that we have on that, or desk lines at the POB to continue that non-emergency connection, as well as be able to communicate in conjunction with the rest of our volunteer groups through the EOC. And some very quick ones. And currently, in preparation to the regional events, we are running several drills concurrently to test some of those systems and those concepts to kind of strengthen and identify some other avenues that we can explore as we move forward.
I'll add just a little bit further to that. We have had conversations with Cal OES where we receive funding for enhancements to our 911 system and repairs and replacements to our 911 system. You might be familiar with the reference to Next Gen 911, and that was supposed to be a cloud-based option that we had already engaged with, signed contract with through the beginning of last year, 2025, when that was found to not be a viable option, not because of us or anything local. That was something between the vendor and Cal OES that was taken up at the state level, including the governor's office offering attention to that. We sent those products back, we canceled that agreement, and then we moved forward into what would be an approved proposal with the funds through the state. What their pivot plan was to go to an on-prem. We hoped for the cloud model. I think many of us did, because that meant that we could be more mobile, as you're mentioning, and there would be more of a contingency plan to that. That does not appear to be an option for us in the immediate future. We do have to identify purpose for those funds by end of this fiscal year. We have had those conversations, whether and what that looks like. And there are steps underway currently, and they have the team has already evaluated one vendor. Another vendor will be evaluated by end of this month, forthcoming, but that will be an on-premise solution. But at least that will update our abilities within that our dispatch unit currently.
Other questions? Okay, I had one more quick one, which is just about patterns of crime generally. I was recently asked by the Morning Rotary Club about, how safe is Los Gatos? And my knee jerk was very, but they asked about, sort of what, if there's any big patterns of crime that we're seeing. One of the things that I sort of thought to was, and I shared this with the folks there. From my understanding, we have very little to no, very little violent crime. There's, we're fortunate to not have, a lot of, what seems to be major crimes. But I get the sense that we have potentially a disproportionate amount of DUIs and incidents like that. So can you share just a little bit about any patterns you've seen over the past couple of years or 6-month period?
DUIs is definitely one of the first ones that came to mind. We have seen an increase in that last year, and just in the last 6 months, we've seen quite a few, including just several weeks ago, one of our officers was actually hit by a DUI driver while in a marked patrol unit, and thankfully is uninjured. So we're grateful for that outcome. However, it's a very preventable situation. So we try through social media to do that education. We'll continue to do the enforcement out there. Our DUI vehicles, Sergeant Kawiloa is really focused on. They, I believe, have arrived, and they are underway in their development. We've trained quite a few of our officers through that DUI grant. So that is definitely an area that we are giving attention, and we did see a rise there. Additionally, property crime, that that comes up from time to time. I know that it's not just isolated to us in talking to our county partners, law enforcement partners, that others are seeing it, whether it be a crew that's coming through, and our detectives very quickly utilize their resources to address those concerns. We have taken part in partnership with other agencies to address things like some person-related crimes, specifically child abuse. And so we've been able to make some progress on holding some individuals accountable as well. But our detectives are definitely not short on work to do. They have been very involved, quite a few search warrants. A lot of those search warrants are surrounding technology. We're connected to these devices at all times. So now search warrants oftentimes take a different form versus a residence or something. It's about records of some sort, whether it be financial records or what have you, and that requires the probable cause, the court process, review, and judge's signature as well. So they're definitely underway, and a lot of that's just awaiting those returns, but there's quite a bit of work there. Unfortunately, I can't share sometimes those details. To your question of, is it a safe community? I feel that we are very fortunate in this community that we operate more in a proactive manner. And I think that that's really important to take note of. This is my third agency. Well, I've been with this agency for 17 years. I think all of us have a broad network and are familiar with some agencies that when officers log in, they're in a reactive mode. And they have 8 calls in the queue, and they're having to respond to each and every one of those calls. And it gets diluted sometimes. There may not be the level of attention that we are thankfully able to provide. Just over the weekend, we received a thank you note in helping a parent find their child who was in a vulnerable situation. And we saw that case from start to finish, and we're able to take part in locating that person by end of the day. And as a parent myself, I can't imagine what that family member was going through. So receiving those letters, I think it really speaks to our engagement, the trust that we have, the proactive nature that we're able to maintain here, and that's unique here. I can definitely say that that's not everywhere, that there may not be the connection with the police department that we fortunately have, and the connection that we have with the community, and we hold that dear, because we know that we're one incident away from a catastrophe occurring, and we really rely on the public's trust that we will be there in our best form to every extent that we can to respond to their needs.
Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I think that like you said, the word proactive, I think is very key for our department. So thank you. And I appreciate, in the staff report, you highlighted the nearly $250,000 grant on DUIs, hugely significant. I hope that, I always think if there were 5 DUIs that we picked up on a really busy Saturday night, I just think about how many DUIs that means we're probably out in the community, and so that is very scary. And I appreciated the department sharing the example, the very scary example of one of our officers, in their vehicle getting rear-ended. Again, if someone is rear-ending a police car, driving under the influence, that's I think indicative of a challenge that we're facing. So I appreciate the attention there and on all that you all do. So thank you.
Absolutely. And with those increased enforcement, of course, there's costs that come with that for each one of those DUIs. If it's involving the capturing the evidence through a blood draw, the cost of just that alone has gone up, and that's a cost that the department has to absorb. So when we have increased enforcement, we see increased costs that's associated to it. But I think that definitely outweighs the public safety nature of things.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, thank you. Again, I think we're a little bit trying to respond to the financial challenges of the town, and we have another agenda item to talk about that. And the town definitely values the response times. When I look at the response time chart, I see the priority 2 calls and the priority 3 calls us achieving essentially the same response level on 2 and 3, and it's only a little bit more than the priority 1 calls. Our goal on the priority 2 is, I believe, 10 minutes, and we're beating that with 6 minutes 28 seconds, and the priority 3, our goal is 15 minutes, and we're achieving those in about 7 minutes. So I have to kind of ask the question about, because I think, if our public is going to respond to a call for a public safety revenue measure, we need to understand maybe a little bit more about this. And so, the priority 3, we're beating the goal by 53%, and the priority 2, we're beating that by about 37%. Is it possible to understand a little bit about what the cost is of beating our goals so significantly in those areas of the priority 2 and priority 3? I know the example you gave of the missing child, that I'm sure was a priority 1. But these are, without getting into the details of what the differences are between them, the question is, do we have an understanding about what the cost is to provide the service level that's being provided on the priority 3 and priority 2?
So I'm going to take that in 2 different steps. Thank you for the question, because I think it's important to address. So we definitely train our officers to be very responsive to whatever call that comes out, whether it be a leaf blower call or a priority 1 call and somebody's harmed in some way. And so we're absolutely responsive, and that's what's reflective here. To do a cost-benefit analysis of what would be the benefit of if somebody were not to be able to respond, I think that that's something that that our community expects, whether it's a priority 1, 2, or 3, that they've come to expect that level of responsiveness. And having the staff that's available. If we have 3 or 4 officers on at any given time, if there's a burglary call, and that might be a level 2 call, maybe it's a cold burglary, property crime, but we need to go there and still go clear that house. It's important that we have the perimeter established. We don't want somebody going out the back. We want to make sure that there's the support there as well. Periodically, we do reach out to neighboring agencies in order to be able to sustain the number that's needed. But we're still operating at a 13 square mile radius with 3 beats and having 3 to 4 officers, not including a motor officer at any given time. So generally there should be somebody available, but it's not going to be the case at all times. So we may have to pin calls. But whatever comes in is getting dispatched immediately, so there's not a delay in the dispatching system. I know that doesn't come down to that cost-benefit analysis, but I think it's hard to really assess what's the value of not having that resource there to respond. And so it's difficult to put a cost on that, because when somebody needs that person to respond for a priority 1, we'd be in a bad spot if we put a dollar on it.
Sure, and I am not even attempting to ask questions about the value side. I'm really thinking about the cost side. And I think if we are going to articulate and be successful with obtaining a public safety revenue measure of some sort, we may need a little more information about, what is the cost of being able to beat our goal by 50%? And is that the goal that the community wants, the 50%? To beat that goal by 50%. So I'm just raising it. I'm not looking for an answer on the spot. I'm just kind of raising it as I look at this and I look at the numbers, and I understand the challenges that are probably going to lead to a public safety revenue measure. I think we have to be able to understand what are the costs of providing some of these services. Not really a question, just a comment.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? All right. Seeing none, this is just a receive report. So thank you very much to our police chief and our entire police department for the always informative and well-prepared report. Really appreciate all the information you provided and everything you all do for the Los Gatos community. Thank you. Okay, we will move to item number 18, which is... Oh, go ahead. We'll take a 2-minute break. We're back. 1.5 more items. We'll go to item 18, which is the discussion, consideration, and possible action to provide direction on a revenue measure. And we will hear from Christina Alfaro, our new Administrative Services Director. First, Christina, welcome to the town of Los Gatos. We are very grateful to have you. I'll let the town manager introduce you if that's what he's going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for introducing Christina. Christina comes to us with having worked for the city of Cupertino for the last 13 years. I will say it's a very coup to have somebody of her caliber and experience in the areas of administrative services to step in and take over our newly formed combined Department of Administrative Services here in the town. I think it's wonderful, and you'll be able to see by her communication style and knowledge that she was the right pick. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Very happy to be here. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Town Council. As I was already introduced, I won't go into that, but I am here this evening to present to you a brief presentation on potential revenue tax measures. With that, I'm going to try to advance the slide, maybe. Okay, maybe. Thank you. Next slide. We'll do work that. On the agenda this evening, oops, one back on. Just wanted to go over what we'll be covering in the presentation. We'll go over the Finance Commission's recommendations. We'll go over some future important dates that are coming up, go over the current financial status of the town, cover operating and infrastructure unmet needs, go over community priorities, and then finally end with a summary of tax measures for discussion. So with that, we can go to the next slide. On January 12th, staff presented the revenue tax measure item to the Finance Commission. The Commission supported engaging in a professional services contract up to $80,000 to preserve an option for a November 2026 revenue measure. In addition, they also recommended that measure include special legislative authority for higher transaction and use tax or a sales tax, and we'll cover this item later, along with other revenue options. Lastly, they did also recommend waiting for the financial and impact analysis from NHA advisors before deciding to proceed forward. So with that, on the next slide is a good segue to say on February 3rd, we anticipate bringing NHA advisors' 5-year forecast analysis to the council. Prior to that, the night before on February 2nd, that will be heard by the Finance Commission. And then the second meeting in February, we will be bringing the mid-year financial report, which will give us status as of where we are the first 6 months of the year, and also provide a forecast for we anticipate ending the fiscal year. And then on April 20th, we'll be posting the proposed budget. So starting off for our next fiscal year 26-27. If we can go to the next slide. Then just, this got a few animations. Here we go. So the current financial status of the town is that we're stable at the moment, which is a good thing. We're not in crisis, and this really allows us to take some time to make any course adjustments as necessary to ensure a balanced forecast, taking into account all of the unmet needs that we're going to go over later tonight, and also looking at the working toward a potential structural deficit. And so that's really the next item listed here is recent fund balance growth has been driven by one-time revenue and expenditure savings, including high interest income and lower salary and benefit costs due to vacancy savings. The 25-26 budget, as you know, was balanced using $1.1 million in reserves. Forecast projections see rising expenses driven by personnel cost and declining revenues and interest income that create a structural risk where ongoing expenditure growth outpaces revenue growth. In addition to that, we have a list of several unmet needs in different categories, some one-time capital needs, some ongoing operational needs. You'll see the largest need here is in our streets and roads for pavement and infrastructure at about $172 million. After that, we're looking at public safety, which was mentioned on the previous item, looking at a new police operations building and EOC at between $50 million to $66 million. Town facilities, including building maintenance, repairs, and other capital, is projected at $22.7 million. Park rehabilitation, this is about $2.5 million for a soccer field turf rehab. Wildfire, critical infrastructure, $6 million to $11 million, and then wildfire operations between $2.1 to $3 million. In total, unmet needs ranging from $285.7 million up to $307.2 million. And so when we look at our community priorities that were taken from our most recent community survey, we know that our community values public safety and emergency preparedness, streets, sidewalks, and drainage, parks, libraries, and core services. And so if we can go just click the next one here, our current budget capacity is really insufficient to fully meet the expectations. And so what this means is our existing revenues cannot sustain our current service levels in the long term. Our continued deferral of any maintenance or capital costs just increase those costs and the risk associated with them. This is a good opportunity for us to have some proactive planning to avoid crisis-driven cuts or rush tax proposals. And lastly, revenue tax measures require a significant amount of lead time to make it onto a ballot. And so we want to make sure that we're having the options in front of the town council with sufficient time to make some decisions. With that, this is a summary of revenue options that we have. I'm going to start by going over the categories on each of the columns and then go in, kind of give a brief summary of what's presented here. So for a summary of revenue options across the top, we have a potential tax measure. The next just gives a description of that tax measure. Then if it's progressive or regressive, when we think of a progressive tax measure, it's something that kind of in two areas. One is the folks who are reaping the most benefit are the ones paying the most. The other thing you're going to look at is the cost. What are the additional costs and how are those being spread? Are they being spread to the higher earners versus the lower earners? Is it being spread evenly across? So those are the criteria we're looking at when we're calling this a progressive or a regressive. Next, we're looking at the use, and this is really related. Can it be used for ongoing operating costs, capital, or both? The burden, which is really showing kind of who would essentially kind of pay the most of this tax measure. The approval is the approval rating required to pass either 50% or a 2/3 vote. And then lastly, for the categories where we do have an estimate, the potential revenue that this could bring in. So the first one up here is our transaction and use tax, or a sales tax. The town has about 1/8 cent left to hit the 2% max here. This is a local tax for any taxable retail sales and certain out-of-area purchases used in the town. It's considered regressive because it applies across the board, really no matter how the service that we're paying for these or how much an individual taxpayer makes. But this can be used for operating and capital. The burden would be to residents and non-residents, as we have people coming into the town to use either to shop or to eat. They would add to this tax revenue. Majority, if the measure is flexible, that means we're not specifically tying it for a specific use, then it's a majority vote. Otherwise, a 2/3 vote if we're setting it aside for specific uses. As I mentioned earlier, $1.3 million for the 1/8 cent sales tax that we currently still have available. And looking at most recent forecasts, we'd likely need about a 1/2 cent sales tax, bringing in about $5.2 million to really assist with our budget forecast. The parcel tax is a flat annual tax on each parcel. This is considered regressive. We collect the same amount of flat across the board, regardless of the services that are being offered, or the value of the property or any of the income related to that. This is restricted based on a purpose-stated statement for the ballot. So if we were to go out for this, we need to specifically list how we would use these dollars. This also has a higher threshold when it comes to voter approval at a 2/3. And we anticipate about a $1.1 million from a tax rate of about $100 per parcel. Next, we have general obligation bonds. These are long-term borrowing repaid through a voter-approved property tax override. This is considered progressive, as this would align long-term capital costs and spread it across the taxpayers in the community. This can only cover capital expenses. This would be for resident and non-resident owners who own property within the town. This also does require a 2/3 voter approval. And each $10 million of bonds would equate to roughly tens of thousands of dollars per 100,000 of assessed value. Next, we have our utility user tax, which is a tax on electricity, gas, telecommunications, and cable. Again, this is considered regressive because it applies across the board, and you may have lower income earners who are still paying this tax on these services. This can be used toward operating and capital. This can apply to resident and non-resident owners as well. Similar to the sales tax measure, majority if we don't specifically state how the funds will be used, and 2/3 vote should we set aside the dollars for a specific purpose. Now this will vary by rate and services taxed, can generate a significant ongoing revenue, but we have no town-specific estimates at the moment to provide. And lastly, we have special assessments, which are charges on properties within a defined area to find improvements or services that provide a specific benefit to those properties. As with that description, that is progressive because it has the value of those services to the folks using those services. It's specific only to those properties within a defined area. Resident and non-resident owners in the area would bear the burden. The approval requires a 218 property owner approval process. This requires a special election, which is done via mail-in ballot. And the potential revenue, it's going to depend on the district boundaries, the benefit, the methodology, and the assessment levels. So with that, if we go to the next slide. So other considerations, Los Gatos is effectively at the state sales tax cap with only 1/8 cents remaining. If the town were wanting to pursue the half cent, we need special legislation to get that cap to allow us to go over that cap. And again, the half cent would equal about 5.2 million annually. And if we go to the next slide, staff recommendations are to authorize actions to preserve options, not to commit a tax. And we'd like to seek state legislative authority to exceed the 2% sales tax cap. We'd like to engage in legal, financial, and legislative consultants and allocate $80,000 from general fund reserves to do so. In closing, recommended authority this evening, we are asking to preserve legal and timing flexibility. We are asking that we can enable an informed 2026 decision by the ask to get more information to bring back to the council, and then align with our fiscal stability priority of having a balanced forecast. It does not raise taxes, it does not place a measure on the ballot, and it does not approve any projects. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Councilman Beretti.
I have a few questions. Let me start on, I don't know, you didn't number your pages, the unfunded needs under streets and roads. You have $172 million for pavement and infrastructure. That's probably a question for Nicole. This always confuses me because pavement and infrastructure is kind of an ongoing cost. So how do you total it? Is it over what period of time? And we have SB1 and Measure B funds that come to us to help pay that, and you're calling this unfunded. So it seems like you're saying above those. So maybe you're saying, well, currently if we wanted all of our streets rating to be 100, it would cost us $172 million. I don't think we don't need that, right? We need our streets to be at some decent rating, we'll call it 80, over some period of time. So this estimate always confuses me.
Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works. It's a great question, and I'm looking forward over the next year to teasing apart the details of that number. What that number includes is not annual paving. It includes, if you go through the general plan and you go through the bike ped master plan and look at all the priorities that have been identified there, things like complete streets on Winchester Boulevard is a big chunk of that. So there's these major projects that are in there that at some point, maybe we need to have a conversation about, but as of right now, they're direction to staff. So as we've looked at the planning documents that the town has adopted and thought about what it would take to fulfill those needs, that's what's included in there. It includes storm drainage, maybe not. I would need to double check, but there is a list of projects that are in there. I know one of the big ones is Winchester. So
That's actually
help?
that's helpful. That's actually very helpful. I have a second different question, if I could, Mayor. On the summary of revenue options, I have trouble understanding why the parcel tax is regressive, but the general obligation bonds is progressive. Regressive to me means it's everybody pays the same, so that means poor people end up paying as much as rich people. Progressive to me means, you know, the more value you have, the more wealth you have, you pay more of your fair share related to your wealth. Unless I'm not understanding something, they're both the same. They're both regressive taxes. Why is a general obligation bond progressive?
So I listed this as progressive because it's over so if you're building some capital, a new building, you're effectively, that's going to benefit residents over the long term. So you have that payment of that obligation happening over the long term and the use of that building for likely several generations after it first comes in, so that it spreads that cost across several generations is really why I have it listed as progressive.
But it's still really a parcel tax divided amongst everybody equally versus the value of your property, for example. Somebody that owns a $20 million house probably can afford more than somebody that owns $1 million house.
Yes, so I think a part of that is looking at it two ways when we're looking at progressive versus regressive. Is one of them is, yes, the value of someone making more being able to pay their fair share, but the other portion of it is making sure that the folks that are, people that are contributing to it, that benefit is being spread across as well. So when I looked at those two criteria in listing them.
Okay, I have a third question, but I'll let the others that clearly have on this subject ask theirs.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Risto, and then Councilmember Hudas.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if you actually answered that, but I mean, you know, looking at school bonds and parcel taxes, so I've looked at, to me, a parcel tax is regressive because no matter what the value of your property is, the parcel tax is exactly the same. The bond measure is based on the value of the property. So if your home is valued at $500,000, it's a certain amount of dollars per value of your property. So the more expensive, the higher your property is valued at, the more you're going to pay. I think that is what makes it progressive, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. That's actually much clearer. I didn't understand that part.
Did you have a question? Okay, thanks for that. Councilmember Hudas.
To be clear, since we're asking, my question was, do I understand that correctly?
Yes, you do.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Hudas.
Yeah, thank you. And in looking at this, to me, it's a little bit of the degree that these aren't black and white. So some things are more regressive, some things are more progressive. When I look at these options, and I think as we start to look at them, it might be helpful to understand where they fall on that continuum. For example, the parcel tax, yes, it applies to everyone who owns a home. Doesn't apply to renters, though, only indirectly. So I think, you know, whereas sales tax applies to everyone, whether you rent or own, as long as you're a resident, as long as you spend money here. So it does seem like there's these things sort of fall a little bit on a continuum. Would you agree with that?
Yes, so I think depending on exactly as you explained it, but also it could be where you're spending your sales tax dollars, that could have a kind of depend on where it might land on the spectrum.
And then the other question I had, which is one that I had during the Finance Commission meeting, when we look at potential revenue, it seems as though we probably need to normalize these in terms of what would the impact be on a resident. And so when I look at a parcel tax of $100 a parcel generating 1.1 million, I did some back of the envelope and said, well, if you were to normalize that, it actually wouldn't be $100 a parcel, it might be $300 a parcel to get to an equivalent level of revenue that you might get from a 0.5% sales tax. So, you know, I think we have to be a little careful in just jumping on, you know, the number of $100 a parcel as, what that solution is. Would you agree that we need to kind of look at the impact?
I believe these were meant to be illustrative, and I think as if the town council does give us direction, we'd be able to come back with some more work on these to understand how we can normalize these, so you can understand what's the goal, what's the number, is it operating capital, and then how we would kind of say, based on that number, here's what that might look like for what the needs are.
Okay. One more comment on the revenue options is that I think as we start to articulate the need to residents, much as the county needed to do and needs to do with regard to its sales tax measure to pay for health care, we also need to look at productivity savings as well as revenue options. So, I think that we have to be able to make the case that we're doing everything we can. And so for me, it would be helpful to have some goals for efficiency and productivity improvements, and that those goals are not necessarily ones that would be handed down by the council, but ones that could be arrived at by our employees who are really close to the processes and operations. And I think it's important that we articulate that. And I had a resident this afternoon call me and say, where's the part where we say we're going to be as efficient as we possibly can before asking for additional revenue? And so I do think that this is a little bit incomplete in only looking at revenue options. We're kind of getting into discussion before we've taken public comment.
Right. Any other questions at this time? Okay, great. We'll open public comment. We have one comment from Lee Fago. Oh, you're on 19. Oh, sorry. You 18 scratched out the 19. Okay. I'm not seeing any comments in the room, and no hands raised on Zoom. So we'll go. We'll close verbal communications and go back to discussion. Councilman Beretti.
So the third question I had, and maybe a fourth is appearing, on the staff recommendations where we need to seek state legislative authority. Planning it sort of sounds like you're assuming it's an easy done deal. I wonder, if we plan to go that route, what's the risk that we won't get it, and when will we know when we're not going to get it, and is that too late to do anything for this cycle?
First, let me jump in here. We would be hard pressed to make a November 2026 timeline. And so while we've discussed our future projections of finances, there was two things we have to have caveat. One, we brought in NHA advisors, external advisors, to do the analysis and to improve and conduct their analysis to result in a 10-year forecast so that we have an objective body helping us to understand what our future looks like. And two, that we would introduce and provide you information as early as possible so that we're not surprising the council at some point saying the sky is falling, you got to do something now and be forced into it. Clearly, the questions that you're asking have more fundamental elements to it. If we're talking about effectively the economic impacts on residents of all these different measures, right there, we're not making November. I mean, to look at that and to think about and to consider what approach do we take and what element of what's needed is paid for with what revenue source, I mean, we're not going to get there. The recommendation of preserving the option, which is something that the Finance Commission supported, did not presume we would take any specific measure, but that a sales tax measure that does have this extra requirement that's external to us that required some action by the legislature in this case, if you wanted to preserve that option, whether it's this November or at a future time, we can do what Campbell and a number of other cities did and get that exemption for some period of time, 3, 4, 5 years, so that if you do consider it over the future, you're not running to the legislature. Because even if we went there today to get it through the process, which is obviously a gauntlet, and approved and signed by the governor, it may not happen prior to that election if you decided this year. And so we may be talking about having these conversations with a presumption that we're looking at potentially something in the future, or to what one council member mentioned, what else have you done? Which is a very common refrain from residents that do not like taxes, do not want to pay or believe they pay more than they should. And so I have a solution for you too. We can cut the budget for whatever number that is necessary to balance the budget. The number and the mechanics of that are not challenging. The politics, the impacts, the implications, and the public input regarding the options is the challenging part. And so we can go either way or both ways as the council desires.
So the reaction to that, there's some opinion rather than just questions at this point. So I'm hesitating, but let me go back to the question. So we could put, and I'll just make the one comment. You talked about cutting, and I feel like before we make drastic cuts that people really feel and start complaining about, if we put something on the ballot, then our voters, our town residents get to decide, do they want cuts or do they not, or they want to pay a little more and not have the cuts. So then, this question about whether you want to pay more taxes or not, I think you need to leave it to the voters. So the sooner we can get something that they actually vote on and decide, if we miss 26, we can't put something on until 28. We're going to be, based on forecasts, cutting pretty deep by 28 without having asked our residents in a vote, do you want the pain or do you want the pain of paying more? So that's early in our discussion here, but I wanted to go back and just ask this 2%. So we could put this 0.5% on the ballot for November, but not have the legislative authority. What would happen? We would only get the 1/8 that's available, and then the other would sit until we received authority, a legislative authority?
I believe that's currently being litigated in the Campbell case, that I believe that were the fact patterns for it. And I would say to the perspective of letting residents decide how we proceed, I agree it is important for those that are impacted to have a say in what occurs. But so does the role of the council being the representative body and deciding kind of what approaches we go to. And so for the next, if we don't proceed this year to generate what we project would be the high point of the deficit, which is about $5 million in our current 5-year projections, of which I believe our NHA advisor study would probably indicate it's worse. I would say I would lean to the philosophy we applied for the current year budget. We could have cut the $1.8 million out of the budget by cutting services. We chose not to. And the reason we chose not to was every year when we project the future, we're conservative on revenue and we're conservative on the expenses that we're going to spend it. And as we saw last year, our interest income was dramatically larger than it typically is, given the market, and our vacancy savings were larger than what we assumed in the budget. And it had a net swing of about $3.8 million just in the general fund. It's really hard to sit here and say, you just name the program that you do not want to cut, and then result in a $3 million growth in your ending fund balance. And then the question arises, well, you didn't really need to cut. Why did you cut? So the philosophy applied last year in the budget process to what we will apply next year will be the same vein. We will make cuts or sustain the cuts that we have, and the additional cuts that our projections say we will make, we will lean on reserves in some of our special accounts like our pension and OPEB trusts, so that we're not cutting programs. And when we do in fact have to lean into those accounts, then we know circumstances are in that year that you are deficit spending. Now we need to turn to the public and say, before we make all these different cuts that are very significant, are you open to enhancing revenue And that would be what we'd be looking at over the course of the next 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Councilmember Rennie that this will ultimately go to the voters and that we need to do it soon. I think that the window of 28 is too late. And the reason I say that is that I think that we have information now about wildfire preparation and preparedness and some budgeting for that we didn't have when we did the budget last year. And I think that we need to ask our residents whether they want to spend the money to do that preparation. And this is a way to do that. I think the other category of somewhat new information is the police consolidation piece. We did not really have that number in our budget. I know it was part of the Meliora report, but which is why I'm asking some questions. So I think there's a ton of work to do, but I think it's work that we have to do for our residents and to do it, preserve the optionality for now, but be prepared to act pretty quickly. So, I would encourage us to continue to make this a high priority, to get something in front of the council. And I'm very supportive of the recommendation to hire the consultant to help us work through that and to pull in data about whether we will be successful with the increased sales tax, because I don't have that in front of me now, and I would be really, I think it'd be really important to understand that. But preserving the optionality and moving quickly are kind of the two things that I think are important.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I saw this presentation at the Finance Commission meeting. I feel like there's skepticism on the part of some finance commissioners about whether this is too soon or whether it's necessary. When you look at the unfunded needs and when you look at our newly identified wildfire priorities, we can't cut our way out of being able to pay for that. And, knowing that we have a structural deficit looming, and we have additional needs, never mind unfunded needs, I think there's a way to make the case. That said, this past year at Cities Association conference, I attended 2 different talks on how to pass a revenue measure, and the 2 communities that presented that were extraordinarily successful took 2 years to get to that point in terms of looking, presenting the case, meeting with the public, making sure that it goes forward. And I don't think we should slow down at all. I'm feeling very strongly that we need to move forward with trying to get that legislation, whether we can use it this year or in 2 years. I also feel like there would be time to identify what our budget needs are and making that case. I don't think and getting the study information back, I don't think we will know for a few months if we could really make 26 or 28 work, but I think the work is the same to get started. And I do think that it will be, even if we didn't have to cut deeply, if we could dip into reserves and make our budget work for the next 2 years without doing drastic cuts, we are kind of pushing off things that we know we want to do. The police building consolidation, the wildfire preparation, and particularly with the existential risk of wildfire to our community, any delay we could be really regretting at some point. And so that does concern me a lot. So I think I'm tending toward not saying we must do this so we can get it in 2026, but I don't think I want to sit back and say, well, it probably won't happen until 28, so let's slow walk this.
No, I absolutely agree, and I'm not recommending we go slow. That's why we're definitely wanting to proceed with the recommendation of preserving options. I just want to caution the council. You're right. It is I've been involved in bond measures and other measures. It's a very tight time frame as we currently are right now. And if a sales tax measure is what's desired, that right there makes it very challenging to make November given the exemption. If it's a parcel tax, that's probably doable, but it's a 2/3 vote, which has a lower likelihood of passing. And if you're looking at facilities, you may be looking at a geo bond or in some other fashion. There's two real buckets we need to think about. One is the projected deficit for our existing services, the things that we see normally when we talk about police, library, the typical work that's currently being done by PPW and community development. And then there's the other bucket of things that are written somewhere, known, but not funded. For example, half our claims are trees. Trees are very significant. We've had 2 tree falls on homes, and our largest claim in the last 5 years was a eucalyptus tree into a house, and we had one happen this year. Or sidewalk trip and falls, which seem like they're not that large of a potential impact. No, they can be in 7 figures every time it happens. Or stormwater, where we get, during the course of a storm, a number of residents saying, what are you going to do about my neighborhood? It started to flood. Well, so did Town Hall, and so did nearly the dispatch center because of the drainage system in the back, or the conditions of our buildings and whatnot. There's just a lot in that second bucket that just the wildfire analysis alone can generate a need for at least a quarter or more of a sales tax measure. Just the wildfire, the newly identified, here's what we project over 10 years. And so I don't think this is a question of do you need more revenue or can you cut your way out of it, or as a recommendation I heard, you need to generate way more economic activity to generate more revenue, which you would need to generate more than half the current total sales tax economic activity of the entire town, and you still won't get to $5 million doing that. I mean, we're left with where we are today.
So I'll jump into my thoughts real quick. A couple things. I think I've heard a lot of valuable input on this. I'm not disagreeing with anything I've heard. I think slightly more of lean toward how Councilmember Risto is thinking about this, but I think there's arguments to be made all ways. One thing I'll say is that I think what Councilmember Hudas brought up is very important about the need to demonstrate efficiencies. I think you can use the county's Measure A as an example in a few spaces on this. One, they were very clear in their all the marketing that this is one portion of what we're doing, and here's everything else. Here's all the cutting we're doing. Here's all the efficiencies. The county was able to very articulately talk about a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 approach where, Measure A was 1/3 of their, kind of budgetary approach, and then 1/3 is getting other funding, in their case, the state, and another 1/3 being cutting efficiencies, et cetera. And I think being able to demonstrate that well is very important. And I think, along the same line, I think you really, with something like this, you need widespread buy-in, especially if, half of these require 2/3. 2/3 is a massive lift. I think 2/3 is, I'm generally an optimist. I think 2/3 is unlikely. I think 2/3 is tough at the least. And even 50% is hard. And so getting widespread buy-in, making the case, not even, not in a campaign way at all, but telling our story about our budget to residents is super important, because it's confusing and opaque, and the dozen of us in the room understand it pretty well, and maybe another dozen or so, but then there's 33,000 other people that probably don't understand it that well. So that's super important. And the other thing I'll say is that the reason why I'm somewhat, I think that the recommendations laid out here are good in how we should proceed. The reason why I want to make sure we work hard and move fast, but don't rush it, is because of a mistake that I pushed for when on this council which was pushing for the council to go for a 1/8 cent sales tax 2 years ago, which would have generated maybe $1 million and would have, maxed out this tax here. I was supportive of that at the time, and I think that actually would have been a big mistake. I think that when you go for a tax in a town like Los Gatos, you get one big swing at it. And so we want to make sure that we generate a meaningful amount of revenue from this. I think at least $4 or $5 million, or else it's sort of not worth it, because if we would have gone for the 1/8 cent sales tax and got $1 million, that's nice, but it's not that meaningful. And then you've burnt a lot of political capital that you're going to need to then spend a couple years later that you don't have. So I think all of that is super important. I have a little bit of input on the specific tax recommendations, but I'll go to Councilmember Rennie for now.
So addressing it from slightly different direction, but saying maybe some of the same things about efficiency. I think there's a certain number of people that assume government is fat, and there's plenty of fat to cut before I need to contribute more to their fat. And it could be even things like, well, if the government has too much money, of course they're going to give bigger raises than are really deserved, kind of thing, right? They want to make sure, people are paid fairly but not overpaid, for example, or other places that there's fat in the system. I think our budget process this year helped to show, we started talking about cuts, and we cut some small places, and we stopped because the next cuts were going to start hurting. I think that's a good exercise, and we're going to have to do it again this year. And as the town manager explained, there's a lot of uncertainty, so we don't know exactly where we are. So before cutting into things that really hurt, we're taking out of funds which are kind of, our pension funds, so forth, in a way are sort of stealing from the future, causing problems from the future. But if we don't actually need to do that, then I agree, it's better than cutting where, something really hurts. If you stop trimming trees as often, people are going to complain. We already have people complaining, right? If we're getting lawsuits on people falling on the sidewalks, and we say to the town manager, hey, we need to spend more money on sidewalks, find me the money. And he says, well, you're going to have to cut somewhere else. That kind of exercise starts to help you understand how much fat do we really have. So I want us to continue to do those kinds of exercises as part of the process, not just say, well, we have this list of unmet needs we want money for, without demonstrating that we also understand kind of how much fat we have.
I appreciate what you said, but it opens up a really big box that we're looking at. How do we define fat? We talked at the last agenda item about what's the efficiency impact of us meeting our priority 3 targets on response times by 50+%. And when I unpack that and I think about the intellectual exercise of getting through that is, yes, we can get through all the machinations of that. But you can't separate the public's general fear that anything involving reductions in public safety equal death and destruction in our community. I said our response times are fantastic. Our crime is low for our population, dramatically low. Our violent crimes are extremely low. I mean, our PD does a great job. Is it the most efficient operation? Is the same as saying, is a fire department efficient if they're only doing fire? They're not. They're waiting around, waiting for the fire to occur, and then they're running to the fire. But they're staffing for fire even though those calls are at a low volume, and they've taken on other duties, EMS and medical, to take up the capacity. Our town is a 12+ square mile geography. Our level of activity begets a smaller number of police officers, but over the geography, it has dramatic effects. Right now we already have our community and our community survey saying 55% of residents that are on the furthest ends of our town, up on the hillsides, feel satisfied with seeing police officers in their neighborhoods. And it may be whether a call is needed or not, there's a perception that they're not there enough because of the geography. So when we look at efficiency, I'll be the first one to go to dollars and cents and tell you what squeeze the most out of a dollar as being a former auditor. But rationally, when you look at operations, there will be inefficiency that we have to endure because of the unique aspects of our size, geography, and distribution. And so I don't know how to have that conversation and get to a rational answer that says, yes, why don't we eliminate all vacancies in the town that we currently have right now, of which the majority of them are police officers? We're achieving the goal, and this is something that members of the Finance Commission said. So why just do that and you just garnered a $3 million cut in our overall operations? Well, the answer is, long term, is that sustainable? What impact does it have? And the public's going to perceive us being a less safe because you effectively cut critical positions. And I think we got to figure out how do we do that conversation in the context also of how do we do the conversation of additional revenue. And I think when we meet on the 10th of February for our budget retreat, this may be the discussion of the needs and considerations. It may be even more important now in the context of this conversation.
Go ahead.
I would just say you're correct. Politically, we could never cut the police budget, but we could more easily politically not let it rise much while basically, it's like the government debt. You want high inflation so that your debt's worth less, right? Kind of thing. If you keep the line on the budget, but the number of people in town grows because we've just approved almost 1,000 units, and if they get built, that's, it does increase our revenue base, and it's more work for the police. But if you do find that, well, yeah, we're doing okay on the times, maybe you don't need another officer that would add to the price. I know the chief doesn't want to hear me say this, but that's a more politically palatable way to bring it in line.
I agree, but over the course of the last 10 years, we have not hired or increased the authorized strength of the police department. They're still at 39 sworn. Are we achieving 39? No, and I think you're speaking towards if we're at a certain number, maybe you just hold the line there and garner that savings, and you're not cutting anything at this point, and then you're adding as you need with the growth. I think they're all good conversations. I just want to be very clear. As the town manager, I'm not recommending a tax measure, nor am I recommending cuts, nor am I recommending a lot of different things. I'm providing options that we need to consider to preserve the options you have in the future. For me, it's very simple. It's as a mechanical exercise. It's just not a challenge to get $5 million cut from the budget, but it's nowhere easy, and nor can I do it with the implications of what it has. And I think I want to be sure that you're advising us on the right avenues to pursue. Here, what we're recommending is at least preserve your options, whether you go in November or not, and then give us more direction in terms of the budget reductions. We're not going to go as far as the I think it's about 3.8 million projected deficit next year. We are not going to recommend cutting services at $3.8 million for next year's budget. We're going to make recommendations for some cuts, but we're going to balance that. But I think we need a little more direction from the council about how to go about tackling some of the larger issues that have more policy significance for the town.
Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, I think I'd like to put a motion on the table and to see whether that moves things forward. I've read the staff report that has the recommendations in it. I think that actually it's encompassed in the recommendations that are in the PowerPoint better. And so I'm going to move to authorize to preserve options, not commit to a tax, seek state legislative authority to exceed 2% sales tax cap, to engage legal, financial, and legislative consultants, and to allocate $80,000 from general fund reserves to move it forward. I would add one thing to that, and that is that I would like to hear back as soon as possible a little bit more information about the timing of the state legislative authority and the likelihood of achieving that, a little more information than we have tonight.
I can second that.
Perfect. So one thing that I wanted to add on this is I think we have 5 good revenue options in front of us. 2 that I wanted to, if we're bringing on consultants to explore these options with us, 2 that I think are also worth adding to explore are a head tax and a gross receipts tax. The head tax, we can look to Palo Alto's Measure K, which passed in November 2022. And a head tax requires a simple majority, but in Palo Alto it passed with 67%. And what Palo Alto did is that they levied a tax of 7.5 cents per square foot on an occupied business with a max cost of $500,000 per year. And for Palo Alto, they have, some large businesses, but that generates over $10 million per year. And that's a very progressive tax. The beauty of that tax, the structure of that tax is that it's like a sales, it's you're not taxing residents as much as you are taxing businesses, and you're taxing your largest businesses a huge, disproportionately more. And so it's progressive in that way. So I think that's one that's worth keeping on the table. The other is a gross receipts tax, which is, similar in pretty much every way. It's done differently. I think the head tax is especially compelling because Palo Alto passed this just a few years ago. I think these are all good options, but I really, the input I would give on this is things that need a 2/3 voter approval, I think are going to be really, really hard. And I would spend, a little bit more time thinking about some of these other options. And the reason I bring up the head tax is because I talked to folks at the chamber today about this item being on the agenda. And, people in our business community hate the idea of a sales tax. They just do. And so, we understand that there are limited options in front of us, but I think we should have as many options within those limited options as possible. And so I would just recommend adding those 2 to the list of taxes we're interested in exploring. And the last thing I was saying is the utility user tax, I think, is something that's really worth looking into. It's on the list. I think that's great. And it's, a little bit unusual, but I think could be a really good thing here. So. Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily part of the motion. I think it's part of, information we want to come back to. I would be uncomfortable with a head tax. Basically, that's a tax on our businesses hiring people. And I've seen it for as much success as it might have had in Palo Alto. I've seen it fail elsewhere. And it makes Los Gatos into a very sort of anti-business, but not just anti-business, but an anti-worker kind of an environment. So I'd want a lot more information about where that has been successful. The other possible revenue option I think we've talked about in the past has been the franchise fees that are being charged to the utilities. And I think that taking a look and seeing whether we're in line with other municipalities and whether we have any possibility of increasing the franchise fees for the utilities. But we're ahead of that, I think. I mean, that is something that comes later, I think.
Can I ask the question, is the council asking us to add head tax, gross receipts, and potentially franchise fees in the analysis?
I would ask that. Councilmember Rennie.
I think franchise taxes are not easy to do. We talked about this when we first did the first Measure G, and the utility use tax, franchise taxes. There was some reasons why they didn't fly, and you might be able to in 10 minutes figure that out.
I know that the last time we looked at a UUT on cell phones, for example, that had to go to a vote of the voters, which hadn't been the case prior. This is years ago, but I'm not up to speed. We're probably going to have to get, we do have somebody available to us, legal counsel, to assist us with some of the uniqueness of these type of measures. It would come from the 80,000 to be able to engage them.
The one thing that makes, for me, a utility use tax interesting to look at is, and this is a legal question, and it might be, again, a 10-minute question that the answer is no, but are there any cities in California that have, with how much, cable and telecommunications have changed over the years, has anyone levied that on streaming? I think that would be a particularly interesting use case for Los Gatos. I think that's what makes that very
I do recall about 2 years ago, we had some conversation about that. So and I do have some research on those topics, so I can dig that up.
Okay, that'd be great.
And provide that.
Thank you.
I would, the question was whether to research the head tax or not. I'm not sure whether I support a head tax or not. My first reaction was no. I think for the same things Mr. Hudis said, Councilmember Hudis, that I think we are very different than Palo Alto. That is an innovation center with a VC center, and they can get away with it. We don't have that same attraction for large offices full of people kind of thing. And I also worry, businesses decreasing in Los Gatos as we build residential buildings in place of our commercial buildings, as we lose our hotels and so forth. That's the trajectory if you look out where the proposed projects are. I worry about relying, again, too much on business, and then also just scaring businesses out of town. Particularly, I think it works better on big businesses, but we don't have any large Class A format other than Netflix really in town. The other ones are going to be smaller startups that are going to be looking for a cheap way to get started kind of thing. So I'm a bit worried about the head tax.
Yeah, if we need to look at it, I wouldn't spend a lot of time on it. Even San Francisco eliminated their head tax, and for the reasons of the public being concerned that it would decrease employment and employment opportunities in town. So I think we have to be really careful if we're gonna look at it. I need to see some more information about it, but I don't. I'm very, very skeptical about it.
Yeah, the reason I throw in the head tax and also the gross receipts tax is because I think these are all, if we're looking seriously at a sales tax, I think we should be honest in the options we can present to our business community about, again, what the alternatives are. And so, something like a gross receipts tax, you could structure in a way that impacts, mom and pop businesses very little to none. And so I think for that reason, it could be more popular. and so I think that's worth looking at. So that's why I think it's worth spending 30 minutes of research on, just to have the information to share.
I have a question. Isn't our relatively new business license kind of along the lines of a gross receipts tax?
Yes, we currently tax gross receipts of businesses for our business license tax.
Okay, so it might actually be redundant. I mean, I guess from a minor research point of view, I think it's not bad to get some information. I just think some of these are going to be hard for me to get behind outside of what was outlined. And I do agree that 2/3. We do have a motion and a second. Are we amending the motion, or?
Okay.
I just want to clarify the recommendation. What I have is to seek state legislative authority to exceed the cap for sales tax, to engage the appropriate consultants, to allocate $80,000 from the general fund reserves to move forward, and to report back to the council on the timing of state legislative authority when we have more certainty on that is the recommendation.
Yes, that's the motion.
Okay. Then I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much for the thorough presentation. Okay, two quick things on this last one. So I think we should really quick address the council matters request. One quick question for the attorney. We have a public comment on this item. We just discussed how we are now accepting public comment on council matters items during verbal communications, though I don't know that that was necessarily clear. Are we able to open up comment on this if we choose to?
It's at the mayor's prerogative. My understanding of the agenda policy is that the item appears on the agenda, and that means that anyone who wishes to comment had the opportunity to comment on it under the earlier verbal communications section. But if you would like to reopen verbal communications, that you can do that.
Okay. It wasn't even clear to me, so I think it's only fair. So I guess, do I, process-wise, does the manager want to say anything on this item, or no, because it's a council request?
It sounds like you want to allow a little more public comment, so you can open up public comment.
Okay, I'll open up public comment and call on Mr. Fagot.
Thank you, and given the hour, I will be as brief as I can on this item number 18. Item 19, to evaluate feasibility of painting red curb markings near intersections, crosswalks under California's daylighting law. I'm all for this, and I believe that we should be doing intersections with a 20-foot space marked in red, 20 feet being one vehicle parking space, and it's because these are very unsafe throughout our town. At the end of my street, which comes to Camellia Terrace, which is right behind the police station, as you come up my street, Lilac Way, I can't see cars coming on Camellia Terrace because people have parked their big vehicles, the SUVs and the lifted pickup trucks, so that I can't see what's happening. So that clearance would be very helpful for people instead of having to eke out to try and get out and see if there's anything coming. And in the meantime, the nose of your vehicle is out in the intersection. I would also ask that we also do the same thing with a 20-foot marker, red painting, at the parking lot exits. For example, on Main Street, there are two parking lots, one East Main Street, one on West Main Street, that come from those parking lots onto Main Street. And those are sites that are very difficult to see exiting. Today, I was coming out of the one on on West Main Street and could not see an electric bike coming on the street. And I almost made a hood ornament out of that electric bike. So I really think that not just the crosswalk intersections, but anything that is an exit from a parking lot should have the same 20-foot protected space marked accordingly so that there is visibility coming out onto the street. I would also ask that fire hydrants, and incidentally for parking spaces, I think it's 20 feet red marking. For fire hydrants, it's 15 feet from either side of the hydrant, and not all of those are marked in town. And I tried getting Santa Clara County Fire to come out to mark the one on my street, and they said they didn't, whatever. So I bought a gallon of paint, and I painted it myself. And it's been interesting to see that my neighbors and their visitors are no longer parking next to the fire hydrant as they did previously. And I would also ask that we get volunteers to help do the painting. You can get community members to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so very briefly, my request on this item is for council to provide direction to more widely implement the use of red curb markings at key intersections to support the visibility and safety goals of the new daylighting law. At this time, a lot of residents are not familiar with the new daylighting law, which I think creates issues both for safety improvements, with the intent of the new law, and also residents who may be cited not knowing the law has changed. So I think this will create better compliance, and I think intersections should be prioritized based on traffic volume, known resident complaints and concerns, and staff's assessment of visibility, safety, and potential for conflicts between vehicles and bikes and peds. So that is my request. Councilmember Rennie.
So this agenda item confuses me a little bit because isn't this something we're already going to be doing or working on?
I mean, what's interesting about the legislation is it does not require that local jurisdictions paint the red curbs. The legislation just exists saying that it's unlawful to park within 20 feet of a crosswalk.
Well, that's kind of a stupid law.
So this is to have the town paint more curbs red.
So, I hesitate because everybody's always complaining about needing more parking. I particularly hesitate in the downtown area where I spent many years trying to figure out how we could get more parking, not less parking, kind of thing. Santa Cruz Avenue, it might eliminate some parking spaces, and we need the parking spaces, but I would argue that that it isn't the cars that are causing any sight problem on Santa Cruz Avenue, and the speed limit is only 15, so it's a reduced speed limit, so you don't need as much sight distance. It's more the stupid trees at each of the planter boxes where I know when I drive down it, you can't tell if there's somebody coming out of those trees. It has nothing to do with whether there's a car there. So I would hate to see parking spaces eliminated on Santa Cruz for something that's not going to make a difference. And again, I hesitate on Mr. Fago's comments about Main Street parking lots, again, losing parking spaces that are desperately needed. You mentioned, he also mentioned in neighborhoods, there may be places that are helpful for it. So I have mixed feelings here.
All right, Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I mean, first of all, it's an interesting law because a lot of times laws come about and create what we call unfunded mandates. So if the law had said, on the leading edge of a crosswalk or any corner, no one can park there for 20 feet, and you must put a sign up or stripe it red, that would be an unfunded mandate, right? All of a sudden, it's going to cost money and it's going to take time. On the other hand, the law is there to increase safety. I think it is a little bit challenging for our police department then to be told by state law, go ahead and write citations. And, you know, my experience is almost nobody knows what the new laws that are coming out are unless, you know, like I follow every single pedestrian and biking law, but I'm sure there's other laws that have come into play that I don't know about. And I've talked to people who had said, I would be furious if I got a ticket for parking, you know, 10 feet from a curb, and I never heard of this law. I know that those kind of things happen a lot. I do think that a compromise could be looking at where we do have higher speeds and higher pedestrian volumes, and we don't have curb bulb outs, because certainly on Santa Cruz Avenue, most of our crosswalks are bulb outs. And I agree with you, Councilmember Rennie, that those trees and those planters are ridiculous because they're exactly where a person would be. You can't actually see someone. That's a whole different thing. But I guess the issue is if we want many of the curbs painted red, that takes work and that takes maintenance. Another thought I had is, I know it's a higher upfront cost, but maybe lower maintenance. In key areas, could a sign just be put up, no parking here to corner or something? I don't know what that option is. But I do think that from a community education and an effectiveness point of view, it makes sense to perhaps look at what are the most impactful areas, like around schools where students are crossing and others, and pick targeted areas to do that red curb or some kind of signage.
If I may turn it over to Nicole to speak to the matter.
Please.
Thank you, Town Manager. Nicole Burnham, Director, Parks and Public Works. The department evaluated this extensively. It was an item that went to Complete Streets and Transportation Commission in December of 2024 before the law came into effect. The engineering team worked with Sergeant Kawaloa, evaluated all locations downtown, set priority, did do some red curbing in critical areas where it seemed like that was really necessary, held off on extensive amounts of red curbing for all of the reasons that Councilmember Risto just noted. We don't have the resources, we don't have the staffing. Painting red curb does take time, and while it might seem like a nice idea to have residents do it, the enforceability of that can become challenging. And I would contend that based on this law, the parking spaces are already lost because people are not supposed to be parking in those parking spaces, whether there's red curb or not. And I'm going to let Sergeant Kawaloa talk about enforcement. But that is what the law is. At the time it came into effect in early 2025, we did do outreach. There is information on the website. Could there be more? Absolutely. It's not the thing we're the strongest at the moment. So we certainly could do more with regard to outreach. The plan focused on exactly what Councilmember Risto said, looking at the downtown area. And the next phase was schools, which, you know, and identifying areas specifically around schools. So the team is getting ready this year to start looking at that and see if there are specific areas around schools where red curb need to be painted. But the key here is trying to balance painting red curb with our ability to maintain and manage it in the long run. And I do just want to give my partners at PD the opportunity to comment. I don't know, Chief, if you want
to. Thank you for the question, Sergeant Kawaloa with the Police Department. So this is a fairly new law. It's been on the books for less than a year, and the state of California tried to do a lot of education with the daylighting. It's very similar to the prima facie laws for a yield is 15 miles an hour, speed in a residential district is 25 miles an hour, and parking in front of a fire hydrant is unlawful. And so we are able to enforce the law of parking in front of a fire hydrant as being unlawful without a red curb because the DMV, the state of California, states that. The officers are trained to have discretion with regards to public safety. I think that the fire hydrant, parking in front of a fire hydrant is a public safety matter, and parking at an intersection so that you can see clearly the intersection is a public safety matter. That's where I rely on the collaboration and partnership with PPW. So I mentioned earlier that we want to reduce property damage, injuries, and deaths due to vehicle crashes. One really good example is Lark Avenue and Los Gatos Boulevard. We had an increase in pedestrian versus vehicle crashes. And what we found out was that in the series of reports that were taken by the officers was that the vehicles never saw the person in the crosswalk. So I reached out to the PPW group, worked with the engineers, and what they did was they changed the timing on the pedestrian crosswalk so that the pedestrian crosswalk timer started a few seconds before the vehicle red light, green light did. What that did was it pushed the pedestrians into the crosswalk to a point where the drivers could see them. As I recall, we haven't had a collision of a vehicle versus pedestrian since that enhancement. The other thing that's changed recently is that you can now, a bicyclist can now cross into the intersection when the pedestrian signal is green. So they don't have to wait for the red circular ball of a motor vehicle. And these are all new laws that came within the year. And I bring these up because it is surrounded around safety. With regards to the enforcement and our future with AB 413, myself and Gary and the other folks at PPW did look at the higher volume areas, and that included like in front of the high school. So we can clearly get ahead of it. Where it gets a little complicated is a lot of the homes in the Almond Grove, Loma Alta, Johnson area, they have carriage houses. They don't have garages for cars. They were built in a day when horses were, you took your horse home, put your horses to pasture and put the carriages into the house. And so that's why we have so many alleyways between those areas. And so they don't have driveways they don't have garages to put their cars in. So they're out onto the streets, which is another reason why we have a residential permit parking program. If we start to paint areas red, we could be losing those areas of residential parking. And most recently, I've heard from a few people on Loma Alta where this is a concern for them. And then we go out and we do pedestrian counts, and hardly a pedestrian crosses the street. It's just a matter of them wanting the red curb there, which we know costs money because it needs to be maintained. That's what my comments are for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate hearing from staff on this. It sounds like there's been a fair amount of work done on it, and that there are other items that we didn't have the funds or the resources to do. My question is, why does the council need to take action on this now? Wouldn't those requests come through the budget process in terms of the priorities that PPW would be asking for us to take care of?
Thank you for bringing that up. And I think PPW has some work ahead of it to do. That's going to be one of the things we're working on this year, is evaluating these unfunded mandates like this one that have come our way and how they kind of pick away at our at the time of our staff, right? And we haven't changed staffing levels in years, despite a number of unfunded mandates related to this, related to stormwater. I mean, our maintenance levels have been at the same for at least the last 15 years for field maintenance. So we have some work to do with that. I don't disagree with you. I don't know if we'll be ready with detailed numbers this year, but it is definitely very much on our mind because we do have to figure this out and put it forward as a budget item. We're always welcome a conversation with council about our staffing levels and budget out of cycle if you'd like to do that, but it probably would be wiser to do it through the budget process.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And just to clarify, so the whole key intersections piece of this, in my head, this is like a dozen intersections. This is coming out of several resident complaints that I've received from the Loma Alta neighborhood. The other big one that I've been hearing from a couple folks on is Andrews and North Santa Cruz. And so I think there's a couple of key intersections that we could, make sure that we are addressing. I don't think this is a drastic change in any way, but just, a dozen key intersections as identified by staff for safety and resident concern reasons to paint the curb red. That's the whole, and I'm not envisioning doing the downtown North Santa Cruz parking. So that's the request, to be clear. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I'm here. What you're asking, what I wasn't aware of is that this had gone through Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, and that areas were identified and prioritized, and that the next phase is the schools. And I will say, as I'm walking around, I've noticed 20-foot areas in some parts, even downtown, I think near the Tate Museum. There are curbs that are painted red that didn't used to be. So I can see some of the new work that's happened. I guess for me to consider, should additional direction be given, does staff have feedback on how the requests of the mayor dovetail with what's already being looked at, or are these new intersections? Because I think if we are responding to a constituent or multiple, at any given time, you have a conversation, everybody has their pet intersection that needs attention, because I hear the same thing, and they're not the same intersections, and they're all over, and it's whatever somebody uses. So I think there has to be a funnel or a way. If we say we're going to do a limited amount, how do we get there? So if you can let me know, how the areas that the mayor has brought up fit in or don't fit in with what's already been addressed and what is intended in the short term to be addressed.
If I may, before Nicole goes, I want to bring us back to, this is a council matter request. This is not the agenda. And I think staff have not evaluated, have not analyzed, and they can speak to it, but I think it pierces the veil of what we're trying to accomplish with it.
Yeah, well, and I'll start. But actually, most of the areas that are that were mentioned in the council memo have been evaluated. When staff initially did the work to take it to Complete Streets, they evaluated all of the downtown area. There have been some additional one-off requests that have come into PPW that have been evaluated and haven't been painted because they may not have met the criteria. I think Sergeant Kaloa also mentioned that he's looked at some areas and we've elected to not paint them for a variety of reasons. So there's more. So there's factors that we consider. I definitely would suggest that anyone who has an intersection that they want us to look at, they are welcome to email ppw@losgatosca.gov, and the team will evaluate it. The engineering team will evaluate it. They will work with PD and determine if red paint is really required. The other thing to remember is that this law requires that it only be red curb on the approach side, not on the far side. And in some of these instances, that's been the case. Like the request has been for a far side red curb, and the law doesn't apply there. So we wouldn't red curb unless there was some other mitigating safety circumstance, but that hasn't been the case.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Okay, thank you. Then taking this back to a council matter, it appears to me, I think this is a really important topic, and it's an important law to increase safety. It looks like our police department and Parks and Public Works are already addressing it and looking at what, within the limitations of staffing and time and other priorities, how to address it. So I'm not sure that it needs further attention from my perspective. I can always be persuaded, but I think it's been addressed.
Councilmember Rennie.
I was going to say the same thing. I'm not in supportive of the wholesale paint the town red kind of thing. I think Councilmember Risto originally said, what are the most important places, the highest speed, highest volume, or places where their complaints are, and that sounds like they're already thinking about that. So and anybody can email PPW. So again, I don't feel like we need to authorize any more than what's going on.
Okay, being that that is the case, sounds like we can move on to council matters from council members. Council Member Rennie.
The only thing I have that's sort of tangentially interesting is the Fire Safe Council, which is a nonprofit, non-government organization, which is a resource for the town that we sometimes use. I would just say that today I was appointed chair of their board.
Councilmember Hudis.
Just a couple things. I've had a few meetings with the Thrives Foundation, and I met with a resident with a separate topic. I met with a resident who had an idea about housing that could be provided potentially by employers and other institutions in town. It's an interesting idea, and he's going to provide some text about that. It's something that's currently being done by some of the churches. And I attended the Finance Commission meeting on the 12th of January, and that's all I have to report.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I'll just cover meetings germane to the town. On the 12th, I also attended the Finance Commission meeting, being newly appointed this year. So it kind of mirrored the discussions we had tonight, and we'll be looking for a continued conversation on this. On the 14th, I attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board of Directors meeting as an alternate for Councilmember Rennie because I was already going to be there. And I'll just give the very, very high highlights. We appointed new board leadership positions. So Sunnyvale Mayor Larry Klein is now the chair of the board, and Sally Meadows, mayor of the town of Los Altos, is vice chair for the year. The construction is going to begin at the Silicon Valley Clean Energy office with a contract for interior build-out. So SVCE has its own building, and we authorized the budget for that construction. We also approved an agreement for advanced compressed air energy storage project to support the clean energy grid. So kind of as an alternative, as a pilot project, looking at energy storage, for solar energy right now, a lot of what everyone knows about is batteries, and batteries are great. We've deployed those very successfully. They do have a lifetime, and they'll degrade over time, and it's not well known what that'll mean long-term for storage. And so there's a pilot program where we'll be looking at using compressed air energy, and that will not have as high of efficiency as the lithium batteries. However, it's not expected to ever degrade. So this will be a good experiment to see if we can broaden ways to do energy storage. And then finally, there was evolution of Silicon Valley Clean Energy's electric vehicle customer programs where, given that electricity is dirtiest at night, any energy that's used, there will be some rate incentives to try to get customers who are able to do vehicle charging during the day, in the middle of the day when the sun is shining and we've got more than enough solar energy. So we approved a program for that. The next day, VTA Policy Advisory Committee, we chose new leadership. Elliot Scazola from the City of Campbell is the chair. I was appointed or elected the vice chair, and a lot of the discussion was around preparations for the Super Bowl, with VTA expecting at least 30,000 people using public transportation. And just a note, I mean, this happened a while ago, not too long ago. For anybody riding VTA, you don't even need a Clipper card anymore. You can just use a credit card. And so, that if you want a student discount or a senior discount, you'll have to have the Clipper card, but otherwise, just for a straight rate, you can use your credit card. So easy tap, easy use. And that's it for town meetings. Thanks.
Perfect, thank you. And real briefly, I was honored to give the Leadership Los Gatos welcome, a great cohort this year. We missed Monica Wren. She was out for that meeting, and it's clear how much love and energy she puts into that program. So a big kudos to her and the whole team for a great program on that. I attended Supervisor Abe Koga's D5 Mayors Roundtable, where I met with mayors from the other cities in County Supervisorial District 5. It was good to talk about how things at the county might affect each of our towns and cities. I visited Lexington Elementary's second grade students and talked to them about what it's like to be the mayor. I met with the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce's Food and Wine Group today, had a productive conversation there. I held my first Mayor's Happy Hour and community coffees, which went well. And I held my last Young Leaders Group meeting last year, which I hope to evolve into youth town halls this year. So more to come on that. To the manager and attorney.
Okay, the town council met in closed session on January 13th to discuss the case of Los Gatos LLC versus the town of Los Gatos, and there was no reportable action. And the town council met in closed session this evening to discuss labor negotiations, and again, there is no reportable action.
No report from the manager.
All right. Perfect. Then this meeting is adjourned.